Mrs. Melania Trump.
Alright, looks like I'm live and unafraid. Let me get this on real quick. There we go. That way, that gets acknowledged by Steam Labs. As I know my beautiful face. Don't worry. It'll be coming shortly. You know, I use the iranium camera, so it can get a little bit techie sometimes. There we go. Oh, yeah. As I got that on, now I need to. Oh yeah. So hey, actually, there is my screen right there. Actually, I actually moved it up. At least until I get this shit together. But yeah, in case anyone didn't know, I guess Trumpy's going to be speaking. As I call him Trumpy. I don't know about Millennia though. Like, that's funny that, you know, I put that at the right angle to be seen, didn't I? Okay, so. In case anyone didn't know, so Trump is the nominee for the Repubbies. So. If anyone was like sitting underneath a rock, or also there's my trashy room. Yeah. I'll be like modifying like setups and stuff like that. I put my monitor up. It was much lower, so now I'll be looking up more. So actually, that'll be really good when I make fun of Doc and stuff. You know, disrespect. Not to disrespect him or anything, but. So I don't know if I'll be like shut down or anything. I don't know, but. Let me put on. I'll put the volume on when someone speaks. But until then, I mean, I got subtitles. Why aren't they working though? Oh, they are. I think they are. Okay, either or. But yeah, so as anyone knows, I am. I'm an independent. I am in the center. I do admit to people that I did vote for Donald Trump in 2016. If you're Destiny, you're hoping that I get shot in a rally, and that a joke will be made about me. Which, I mean, if that's what Destiny wants to do on his off time, is just make fun of his friends for being killed, theoretically. I mean, it's what he said. I mean, okay, Destiny, if that's what you want to do. But at the end of the day, Destiny is going to be extremely pissed. Because he's looking at someone that he hates. Mr. DJT. The Donald Trump. The big Donald. Now, I have disagreements with the Donald myself. Again, I voted for him in 2016, but I didn't vote for him in 2020. And the biggest issue was the debt. And I'm a common sense financial guy. So finances are very important. If you want to win my vote, you have to win me at the financials. Excuse me. But here's the thing. The debt, nothing is being done about the debt. I mean, it's my hope that it was because that he didn't have a second term, but at the same time, he's famously said that he's not going to touch Social Security, and yeah. So I'm getting my shit ready still. I wanted to kind of pop in because, I mean, they said he was about to speak, so they're full of shit. I guess maybe they're doing like a Trumpy montage right there. That's fine and all. I'm trying to like almost save on my voice in a way, but if the way I'm looking up there, I might almost. I'm wondering if I should just like move my thing down. I don't know. Just want to play the subtitles. Okay, so it's guaranteed that this will be copyrighted somewhere, someplace, but I don't know. But it's all a matter of whether things get like taken down. So I didn't have any issues. You said Kodidi Ko is in more hot water. You making fun of him and calling him Kodidi Mister? So I'll be checking out the Trump as well, Mister, but we're not there yet. So let's see here. Let's see what you got here about Kodidi. I might even switch this. That way I can keep track. And once we get there, then we get there, okay? So, he dated a high schooler. Okay. Also, how's your day going, mister? Let's see, I've religiously watched Cody since Vine and have a vivid memory. Again, this guy is, how tall was he? He was like 6'6" or 5'6" or something. Mr. KO Cody, right? The one that was messing around with a minor. 17 until she wasn't. You said you're doing good so far. That's good to hear. I'm glad for that. I moved my monitor up. One of my monitors up, so I'll be looking up a lot. So I'm just kidding. If it doesn't match me looking at the browser, I'll probably just move it down or something. But again, he says, so he dated a high schooler. What else you got here? Okay. But it doesn't say how old the high schooler is. Oh, we're getting into it right here. Is that right, mister, with the next link? Wait until Twitter finds out he legitimately dated a high school girl the same year he took advantage of Tana. And again, you said Tana wasn't necessarily a good person, but she was still a minor when he was getting it on with her. Is that right? Excuse me. Tana was not the only girl. That's why he's so scared. It's already blowing up on Reddit. Okay. Maybe send that to podcasts. Is there always like some type of chain, mister, to where it's like these things spread for no, they don't just spread out of nowhere, you know what I mean? It's like, look, is YRAM minimal? It's just one of few people that like spread this stuff from person to person, to content creator to content creator. Don't get me wrong, I am impressed. I am impressed that there's such an ecosystem that allows this, but yeah. Like I'm looking at my left. Kid Rock just popped out. Oh, hey, mister, what do you think about Kid Rock? What do you think about Kid Rock, real quick? You think he's garbage? You think he's nice? You think he's great? What do you think? I'm waiting until Trump gets on stage, and then I'll pop it on. I guess he's like getting his song on. You know what I mean? I think Kid Rock says some funny shit, but yeah, he's like doing like a country twerk right here. He's like country twerking. This is how they twerk in the country. And he's got the hop and the step. He's got everything but the babes, the chicks, the booze, the titties. Yeah, that's right. Kid Rock right there on CNN. A copyright strike just waiting to happen. Thank God I was commentating over it. So, Taurus Supreme says 17 and 25. That's what we learned about Tana, right? But what do we know about the high schooler? We don't know anything yet, huh? Mister, you said once a story hits the internet, it spreads like wildfire. I'm noticing this. I'm interested in knowing more too. I'm not seeing anything on the high schooler, right? Right? This was 13 hours ago. This is a day ago. This is 4 hours ago. Do we trust Reddit? Do we trust Reddit, mister? Is it me, or does Kid Rock look like he was getting a little exhausted right there? Oh, he was for a second. Looked like he was huffing and puffing. My bad. They just have to get a crowd shot, don't they? Yeah, Mystery said 2 days after D'Angelo's video dropped. This was... So, I've religiously watched Cody since fine. Yeah. There was one girl he'd be with one-on-one in his vines, which people speculated he was dating at the time. I remember looking into it and was surprised to see she was like 17 since he was in his mid-20s. This is still Tana, right? He still follows the high schoolers on Instagram, and they're in his old YouTube vlogs. He still follows his old high schoolers, so he's like getting them ready, huh? He's being very patient. You said, honestly, the pattern of behavior wouldn't surprise you one bit. That's what it seems like. So it's another 17-year-old girl, not Tana. So he just happens to wait till they get to be 17, or he's just got a 17-year-old fetish. Because that's a very young fetish. Just checking out Trumpy real quick right there. He's got his little winged belt buckle, and he's got a big ass cross. So I don't know if he's overcompensating. I like Kid Rock, but I don't know if he's overcompensating. And it does look like he's like tired, so maybe he had too much beer and he just mic dropped. Ladies and gentlemen, Kid Rock has left the building. So I'm just waiting for Trumpy to get on the stage. Let's see what Trumpy's got to say. Excuse me. Do you know the age? Do you know the name of the girl, or? Evie Blackburn, her friend is at Riz or Reels, and she appears in his old vlog. So Evie Blackburn. Evie's page is private, so I just went to basically her friend's page to see if I could this person could figure out how old Evie was, and there was a 19th birthday post for Evie in May 2016 when Cody and Evie dated. Well, that doesn't say too much. Also, by the way, there is Vance right there, JD Vance, who is Trump's running mate, right next to Melania right there, in case anyone didn't know. I'm gonna learn more about Vance for sure, and I think everyone is, but there's Melania. I know she doesn't say very much, especially not this election cycle around. She's a pretty private gal, pretty classy outside of all the other stuff. And then there's apparently Dana White is coming up. He hasn't punched it or knocked anyone out at the moment. That could change. Don't know if it could, but it could. Rumor has it everywhere Dana White goes, a crew comes behind him with a UFC ring. That's the rumor. Again, I'm just waiting for Trump to take the stage. I don't know if Dana's saying anything interesting.
Pressure, no demands. He asked me as a friend, and of course I said yes. Then, after I accepted his offer, he sent me a text message, and I just want to read to you a little piece of what President Trump wrote to me.
So I don't know what you guys think of Dana right there, but...
The introduction at the National Republican Convention. Think of it as the biggest fight you ever had, a fight for our country and even the world. I only wish you didn't have to interrupt your family trip, but I hope they understand, they love you, and they know how important this is.
So I got that on the side. Again, I'm just waiting for Trump. If anyone wants me to show Dana, just let me know. But you, Mister, you said that peep on the reply on the Reddit post. Excuse me. Peep the reply. What? It was definitely around 2014 and 2015. Is that what you're saying? Let's see. I went to the high schooler with both Evie and Riley, and this is 100% true. I follow Cody on the Vine. Scroll down to Imeko. Okay, yeah, okay. As you catch up. Okay. And I thought it was cool Evie was dating him. I didn't know how old he was at the time. Plus, as a high schooler, you don't realize how weird this shit is. We were definitely around 16, 17 at the time. So there's a keynote right there. Either junior or senior of high school. Don't have any proof other than a high school yearbook with her and the vines of them together. But when TMG got big, I did the math on the age difference and thought it was weird as fuck. So that's 2 accusations so far on Cody. And I think this is growing.
Most resilient human being.
So I think Dana White is going to need to do a UFC fight here with Cody and every person that wants to step in line and KO his ass. Because Cody is one of those situations where it ain't looking good, guys.
Next, and I quote, a fight for our country.
Okay. Mister says that's 3, actually. So Mister says that's 3. So was the third one also 17?
Ever gives up. So what's at stake here? The answer is in President Trump's text, and I quote, a fight for our country. I know why he's running for president again. Why else would he put himself through everything he's dealt with just to get better?
Rumor has it he lost 20 pounds just to get ready to speak at the podium.
He has a beautiful family, and he has achieved everything that you could possibly achieve in life. I know President Trump is literally putting his life on the line for something bigger than himself, and he's willing to risk it all because he loves this country.
Another rumor has it every time Dana White sweats, he creates an army of tears.
And I know he wants what's best for the American people. All American people. I know he's running for president to save our American dream. I'm living the American dream, and I know the American dream is very real. Whether you were born in this country...
So I have to fact check him on that. So Donald Trump is not running for president. He's currently sitting right now. Or actually probably in the back, probably getting makeup. But he's not running for president.
Government's first duty is to
He'd probably be walking.
People, not run their lives. And if you're buried in government red tape, how will you ever start your own business? If you're struggling to pay your bills, how can you ever afford to start a family? And if you don't feel safe in your own town, why would you ever buy a house? I know that President Trump is fighting to save the American...
Watch as before he entered outside, he punched like massive holes through the hallway. Whichever hallway he was in. Maybe did some Bill Goldberg, kicked some holes in, bashed his head, maybe took like a freaking beer can and crunched it against his head to get ready for this.
And this country was in a much better place when he was in the Oval Office. In my mind, the choice is clear. But this election, we all get to choose. I know I'm going to choose strength and security. I know I'm going to choose opportunity and prosperity. I know I'm going to choose real American leadership and a real American badass.
I just want him to choose whether he's going to like stay shaved or grow a fucking beard. Because that fucking 12 o'clock shadow is ridiculous.
And I'm not telling you what to think. I'm telling you what I know. I know America needs a strong leader, and the world needs a strong America.
The fact Imameko is a third-party witness confirming things should scare Cody. So think about it this way. And if anyone wants me to focus on Dana White, you just gotta let me know in the chat. So here's the thing. So here, let me. Because you said witnessing. Because I mean, again, Cody is one of those situations where it's a legit guy who's a piece of garbage, where me and Mister can pretty much 100% agree on. So I just want to put that forth. So Dana White finished short. So it's just a theory that Dana White is also... No, I wasn't going to say it. You guys know what I was going to say, right? I was going to make a sex joke about Dana White, about premature, but I don't want to do that because Dana White will call me up and said, "You're going to fight for me, Daniel. You're going to fight for me and you're going to make me a lot of money. And I'm going to put you against the meanest son of a bitch that's going to beat the hell out of you." So I'm not going to go there. So, no, you can play. So I know Trumpy likes to make his entrance. Hold on, Mr. said, why do these influencers sexually involve themselves with minors? It's disgusting. Why is it that, well, of course, this is like school, so it's a little bit different, but if it like involves social media stuff, like YouTube and Twitch, you would think that it would be easy to prevent this kind of thing. But in terms of like, if he's like preying on high schoolers, maybe an old high school, which it may have seemed like, or it was, right? Then it's like, what's wrong with the school? I mean, what the hell is wrong with the school? But it is good that people are holding Cody to the fire, and the skeletons are coming out on him. So this is not like a Dr. Disrespect thing. So Cody KO will be a good modern example of like a real piece of shit that is actually not hunting, but not grooming, but targeting minors. So even though he's 25 or no, was he 32 now? But still, nonetheless, he's actively targeting minors, so it's not even like a Dr. Disrespect thing. I mean, he's getting really close to a Joe fucking Francis. So in case anyone didn't know, like, there are videos where Trump was literally, the bullet was aiming for his head, and he turned up to his graph at the rally that was on the side, and because he turned his head at the graph, the bullet just hit his ear, hit Trump's ear. He's currently 33 years old. Do we know the name of the third person at all? Because we know Tana, and now we know Evie. What's the name of the third girl? So, Donald Trump, he makes big movements. He makes very big movements. And when he makes movements, I feel like the sea parts. Everything parts. The crowd parts. Everything parts. He's got digital podiums. There's digital podiums in the background. We should put like some flames back there and some sparklers and maybe, I mean, how inappropriate do I want to get, you know?
Thank you very much.
Get some strippers over here.
Very, very much.
What do you guys
Wow.
think? Get some titty dancers? What do you guys think?
And thank you, Dana.
Maybe it's too religious for
Thank you, Kid
titty
Rock,
dancers.
sometimes referred to as Bob.
Bob.
And thank you, Lee.
His-
right from the beginning.
his
Thank
head is
you
so
very much.
big,
What a
the
talent.
patch
What a
barely
beautiful,
covers his
beautiful
ear.
soul. Thank you.
He's talking about Kid Rock.
Friends, delegates, and fellow citizens.
So yeah, Mr.
I
said his
stand before you
subreddit
this
mods are
evening
mass
with a
deleting any
message
mentions of
of
him. His
confidence,
Wikipedia page is in
strength, and
lockdown.
hope.
So Cody
4
is in
months
massive
from now,
panic
we
too
will
then,
have an incredible
and all of his
victory,
supporters.
and we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our
And for anyone that doesn't know, me and Mister are talking about Cody KO, who is in massive trouble and on the verge of being KO'd by actually targeting minors
citizens
and
of
having
every
sex with them.
race, religion, color, and creed. The discord and division in our society must be healed.
He's not
We
as
must heal
orange
it
as he
quickly.
usually is.
As
in that.
Americans, we are bound together by a single fate and a shared destiny.
It must be hot. He's
We
sweating.
rise together or we fall apart. I am running to be
So
president for all of America, not half of America, because there is no victory in winning for half.
oh my God, look at that dude. Jesus, one too many donuts.
So tonight, with faith and devotion,
And if you guys help me too, I will do my best with like parody content to make this shit fair use. Seems like they're sweeping for Cody. Like, it's mind sweep. Any supporter that's helping Cody is just like literally waiting to like step in a mine and get blown up. Especially if even more come out than like the 3.
Thank you very much.
He's like listening to the crowd. I'm not sure if he can actually hear them. That guy's eyebrows were really ridiculous. We're like talking about like a Ken doll.
Thank you very
Holy
much.
shit, that guy, man.
And we will do it right. Gonna do it right.
I will say this, so Trump looks very
Let me begin
coherent,
this evening
and meanwhile
by
Biden
expressing my
is on
gratitude to
his,
the American people
he could be on his
for your
deathbed, but they
outpouring
do say
of
that
love
he's
and
fine.
support
So,
following the
but he
assassination attempt
the COVID
at
could have
my
put him on
rally
his
on
deathbed.
Saturday.
Mister, you said the Streisand effect always prevails.
As you already
So,
know, the assassin's bullet
It's like, what's going to come out next
came
about Cody,
within
though?
a quarter of an
I mean,
inch
think-
of taking
Just
my
think
life.
about it.
So many people have asked me what happened. Tell us what happened, please.
And again, Trump
And
should be dead
therefore,
right
I
here. He
will
was
tell
lucky.
you
He looked
exactly
up at
what
the graph
happened,
and it tilted his head
and
just
you'll
enough.
never hear it from me
The
second
shooter was
time
not a
because
bad
it's
shooter. The
actually
shooter was unlucky.
too painful to tell. It was a warm, beautiful day in the early evening in Butler Township in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Music was loudly playing.
You could tell it. He takes it
and
seriously.
the
He
campaign
does.
was doing really well.
I'm talking about Trump.
I went to the stage and the crowd was cheering wildly.
And also
Everybody
remember
was
that
happy.
firefighter that died there
I
that
began
day.
speaking very strongly,
He was a
powerfully,
firefighter and
and
he got shot in the head
happily,
by that stupid fucking
because
shooter.
I was discussing the great job my administration
Mister,
did
he
on
said, no matter
immigration
how
at the
hard they're
southern
trying to
border.
bury the situation, the
We were
internet is
very proud of
forever
it.
archived. And everyone, yeah, he's like archived out there and everyone knows. And all the friends of these
Behind
girls
me
are helping them out.
And to the right was a large screen
So
that was
Cody can't hide.
displaying a chart of border crossings under my leadership. The numbers were absolutely amazing.
Subtitles
In
are
order
working now.
to see the chart, I started to, like this, turn to my right.
Literally
and
on the
was
chart.
Ready to begin a little bit further turn, which I'm very lucky I didn't do.
Yeah, because you'd been
When
dead.
I heard a loud whizzing sound
and
and
literally
felt
there's a
something
photo with the
hit
bullet
me
right there.
really, really hard on my right ear, I said to myself, wow, what was that? It can only be a bullet. And moved my right hand to my ear, brought it down. My hand was covered with blood, just absolutely blood all over the place.
He said nothing
I
truly
immediately
disappears,
knew
mister.
it was
Yeah, now
very
it's permanently
serious
on the
that
internet.
we were under attack, and in one movement proceeded to drop to the ground. Bullets were continuing to fly.
Yep, killing that poor firefighter.
As very brave
The
Secret
family had to
Service
watch him
agents
die.
rushed to the stage, and they really
the other
did.
two
They
that were hurt
rushed to
critically.
the stage.
And that stupid fucking shooter was cited well before this, and the Secret Service failed to stop this guy.
These are great people.
And then they killed him after the fact. It was a complete failure.
On top of
Fuck
me,
the Secret Service.
so that I would be protected.
DEI or not.
There was blood pouring everywhere, and yet, in a certain way, I felt very safe because I had God on my side. I felt that.
He got lucky. Ronald Reagan got lucky. There's a couple presidents that did not get lucky.
The amazing thing is that prior
McKinley
to the
was
shot,
shot, and he
had
died.
not moved my head at that very last instant,
Yeah, the graph,
the
literally the
assassin's
fucking
bullet
graph.
would have perfectly hit its mark, and I would not be
Right
here
here.
tonight.
This is where the bullet
We
would have hit,
not be
right here.
together. The most incredible aspect of what took place on that terrible evening in the fading sun was actually seen later. In almost all cases, as you probably know, and when even a single bullet is fired, just a single bullet, and we had many bullets that were being fired, crowds run for the exits.
And
or
let's not forget that
stampede,
Destiny
but
justified
not
this.
in this case.
And not only that, he said he would joke about this. This kind of shit. And he did it for hate farming.
This
and he
massive
gained
crowd
followers
of
because of it.
Tens of thousands
sick
of
fuck.
people stood by and didn't move an inch. In fact, many of them bravely but automatically stood up looking for where the sniper would be. They knew immediately it was a sniper. And then began pointing at him. You can see
Too
that
late.
if you look at the group behind me.
I actually saw the sniper guy. He actually literally, like, he fucked up.
Nobody ran.
He got an
by
off aim,
not
off sight.
stampeding. Many lives
It took him a while
were
to correct
saved.
himself after the shots were fired.
But that isn't the reason that they didn't move. The reason is that they knew I was in very serious trouble. They saw it. They saw me go down. They saw the blood and thought, actually, most did, that I was dead.
You should have
They
been
knew
dead.
it was a shot to the head. They saw the blood. And there's an interesting statistic. The ears are the bloodiest part. If something happens with the ears, they bleed more than any other part of the body. For whatever reason, the doctors told me that. And I said, why is there so much blood? He said, it's the ears. They bleed more. So we learned something, but they just, this beautiful crowd, they didn't want to leave me. They knew I was in trouble. They didn't want to leave me. And you can see that love written all over their faces.
That and probably fear.
Incredible people.
Shock.
They're incredible
Dismay.
people. Bullets were flying over us, yet I felt serene. But now the Secret Service agents were putting themselves in peril. They were in very dangerous territory. Bullets were flying right over them.
I'm not going to give the Secret Service the same credit.
Inches.
They did a horrible
And
job.
then it all stopped. Our Secret Service sniper, from a much greater distance and with only one bullet used, took the assassin's life, took him out.
I would have preferred the guy being mangled and left alive, so we could have gotten more information out of him.
I'm not supposed to be
but
here
hey,
tonight.
It's
Not
true.
supposed to be here.
That's true. He should be dead. And I don't mean that in a good way. He is lucky. It's true. He was not supposed to be here tonight. That bullet was going to hit. Like,
Thank you. But I'm not. And I'll tell you, I stand before you in this arena only by the grace of Almighty God.
certainly something.
In watching the reports over the last few days, many people say it was a providential moment. Probably was. When I rose surrounded by Secret Service, the crowd was confused because they thought I was dead, and there was great, great sorrow. I could see that on their faces as I looked out. They didn't know I was looking out. They thought it was over. But I could see it, and I wanted to do something to let him know I was okay. I raised my right arm,
And he did
looked
that
at
fist
the
bump.
thousands and thousands of people that were breathlessly waiting, and started
Again, it's not
shouting,
just for like a
"Fight,
picture moment,
fight,
but it's also to reassure people that he was okay. So I believe him on that.
Thank you. Once my clenched fist went up, and it was high into the air, you've all seen that, the crowd realized I was okay and roared with pride for our country like no crowd I have ever heard before.
But still, that firefighter that died, we got to remember.
Never heard anything like it. For the rest of my life, I will be grateful for the love shown by that giant audience of patriots that stood bravely on that fateful evening in Pennsylvania.
His name was...
Tragically, the shooter claimed the life of one of our fellow Americans.
and he's about to bring it up, Corey.
Comparator. Unbelievable
Yeah,
person,
Corey
everybody tells me.
Comparator.
Unbelievable. And seriously wounded. Two other great warriors. Spoke to them today. David Dutch and James Copenhaver. Two great people. I also spoke to all three families of these tremendous people. Our love and prayers are with them, and always will be. We're never going to forget them. They came for a great rally. They were serious Trumpsters, I want to tell you. They were serious Trumpsters, and still are. But Corey, unfortunately, we have to use the past tense. He was incredible. He was a highly respected former fire chief.
And people
respected by
can't forget
everybody.
that.
Was accompanied by his wife, Helen, incredible woman. I spoke to her today, devastated, and two precious daughters. He lost his life selflessly acting as a human shield to protect them from flying bullets. He went right over the top of them.
And I also want to point out again, the Secret
What a
Service
fine
and the
man he
locals,
was.
if they had stopped the shooter like they could have, this would have been prevented. This situation is being described as preventable. The shot should not have been able to get on fire. There hasn't been this big of a failure probably since what? Probably 9/11.
I want to thank the fire department and the family for sending his helmet, his outfit.
So that
and,
actually is his stuff.
It was just something, and they're going to do something very special when they get it. But we did something which cannot match what happened, not even close. But I am very proud to
I mean, how
say
are you
that
supposed
over
to bring the
the
guy
past
back
few
to life?
days,
You
we've
can't.
raised $6.3 million for the families of David, James, and Corey, including from a friend of mine just called up.
So
sent me a check
6.3
right here. I
million
just
for the
got it.
families right there.
$1 million
And he's doing 1 million.
from Dan Newland. Thank you, Dan.
Oh, the guy that eats the donuts.
And again, when speaking to the family, I told them, I said,
He may have a big belly,
we'll
but
be
he also has a
sending you a
big
lot
heart.
of money, but it can't compensate. They all
No,
said the
nothing-
same thing.
nothing
You're right, sir.
compensates
We
someone's
appreciate
life.
so much what you're doing, but nothing can take the place in the case of Corey and the other two. By the way, they were very, very seriously injured, but now they're doing very well. They're going to be okay. They're going to be doing very well. They're warriors. So now I ask that we observe a moment of silence in honor of our friend Corey.
Apparently, the Dutch guy was in
There is no
Desert Shield
greater
and Desert
love
Storm.
than to lay down one's life for others.
Marines between
This is
1986 and
the spirit
1992.
that forged America in her darkest hours. And this is the love that will lead America back to the summit of human achievement and greatness. This is what we need. Despite such a heinous attack, we unite this evening more determined than ever. I am more determined than ever, and so are you. So is everybody in this room. Thank you. Thank you very much. Our resolve is unbroken.
Also, by the way, has anyone noticed earlier today, Joe Biden is presumed to be like finally dropping out by the end of the weekend. We've been hearing like a lot of that in the news outlets and stuff like that. But yeah, Joe Biden is expected to drop out, which I think is a poor decision on the Democrats' part. But hey,
we will not back down, and I will never stop fighting for you, your family, and our magnificent country. Never.
And the ironic thing is that Biden has COVID, so he's ill, so he's not able to do much. And all the Democrats are taking advantage of the situation to forcefully get him to drop out. They're all campaigning to get him taken out or dropped out.
We're going to turn our nation around, and we're going to do it very quickly.
Pelosi's, Schumer, all of them.
This election should be about the issues facing our country and how to make America successful, safe, free, and great again. In an age when our politics too often divide us, now is the time to remember that we are all fellow citizens. We are one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we must not criminalize dissent or demonize political disagreement, which is what's been happening in our country lately at a level that nobody has ever seen before. In that spirit, the Democrat Party should immediately stop weaponizing the justice system and labeling their political opponent as an enemy of democracy.
Don't forget, Democrats have been rallying people up about Trump. They've been targeting him with the judicial system. They've now officially targeted him via a sniper. I mean, rhetoric is what matters, right? And they have been wanting Trump gone. You name it.
News, as you probably just read, on Monday, a major ruling was handed down from a highly respected federal judge in Florida, Eileen Cannon, finding that the prosecutor and the fake documents case against me were totally unconstitutional, and the entire case was thrown out of court. With all of that publicity, thrown out of court. If Democrats want to unify our country, they should drop these partisan witch hunts, which I have been going through for approximately 8 years. And they should do that without delay and allow an election to proceed that is worthy of our people. We're going to win it anyway, but worthy of our people. On this journey, I am deeply honored to be joined by my amazing wife, Melania.
Hunter Biden says Eileen Cannon's ruling that ended Trump's classified documents case should help him out as well. That was July 18th. That was today.
You also did something really beautiful, a letter to America calling for national unity, and it really took the Republican Party by surprise. I will tell you, it was beautiful. In fact, some very serious people said that we should take that letter and put it as part of the Republican platform. That would be an honor, wouldn't it? Right, Mr. Congressman? But it captivated so many, so I also want to thank my entire family for being here. Don, Kimberly, Ivanka and Jared, Eric and Lara, Tiffany and Michael, Baron. We love our Baron. And of course, my 10 wonderful grandchildren. You saw a few of them up there on my lap before. And how good was Dana? Was Dana good? I mean, was he good?
So yeah, it was on Monday
was
that
on
Donald Trump's
Probably
classified
the only
documents
vacation he's
case
had in about,
was
maybe
dismissed
ever.
by
Because he works,
alien
but about
cannons.
10 years with his wife, very far away. I won't tell you where, but very, very far away. Beautiful place. And my people called, and he said, "Yeah, I won't be able to do it. This is many, many years. I promised my wife I can't do it." And they came in, they said, "Dana won't be able to do it," because he was my first, second, and third choice.
Talking about Dana White,
I
man, he
said,
came
"Well,
in
you know,
heated, did he
that's
not?
too bad,
Short
I
but
understand
heated.
He's away, and it's good. It's good for him. And that was it. About 30 minutes later, she came back in, "Sir,
Oh,
Dana just called. He's going to do it."
ah,
And his wife, she said, "You can't turn him down. You just can't do it. You have to go." That's a good wife.
that's funny. So Dana's wife said, "You got to do it."
So he got on a plane. He got here a little while ago. Now he's going to get on the plane in a little while, and he's going to go back home to his wife. But they're great, and I just want to thank her and him and their whole family, because that's not easy. And Kid Rock, same thing. Called, he said, "I want to be a part of it. I want to be a part," because, you know, Kid does his great song, Big, Big Monster song. I had no idea. You know, he became a friend of mine over the last 10 years. And
So a
he's
second
amazing.
Democrat
Everyone
senator
loves him.
publicly
I didn't
calls,
even know how big he was. You know, he has
publicly
rallies.
calls on Joe Biden to
35,
drop
40,000 people he gets every time he goes out. I think he's making so much money he doesn't know what the hell to do.
out.
I
John
think you wanna
Tesser
know.
of Montana says Joe Biden needs to drop out.
And then we have my other friend, and I've known him so long, and we took that song, and it was a big success, but we made that. I saw a chart of great songs to America. That was #1 on the chart recently, #1. So that's Lee Greenwood, very special, beautiful person. He's a beautiful man. But they all wanted to be here. They called. And how about the Hulkster? How good was he? Is he up?
The Hulk.
Where is he?
I did see Hulk Hogan earlier.
Boy, oh boy.
Hulk Hogan endorses Donald Trump. Trump fans, sure.
You know, they may call that entertainment. I know about entertainment, but when he used to lift a 350-pound man over his shoulders and then bench press him 2 rows into the audience, I say maybe entertainment, but he is one strong son of a gun. I will tell you, I watched it many times. There aren't a lot of entertainers that can do that, right? You were fantastic. Thank you very much. Followed by Eric. What was that all about?
I'll
Boy,
put that on
was
the
good.
side
I
right
didn't want
there.
to really come up here. But he was so great, and he's such a good young man. He went through a lot of trouble, and Don last night was incredible. He went through so much trouble.
Hulk
They got
Hogan
subpoenaed more
endorses
than
Donald
any
Trump.
people probably in the history of the United States. Every week they get another subpoena from the Democrats. Crazy
Mister, you
Nancy
said Big
Pelosi,
Daddy
the whole
Moist
thing
just
just
informed me
boom,
that Taylor
boom,
Swift
boom.
was a 4chan user. What do you mean
They've
Taylor
gotta
Swift
stop
was a
that
4chan
because
user?
They're destroying our country.
I'll look that
We
up.
have to work on making America great again, not on beating people And we won. We beat them in all. We beat them on the impeachments. We beat them on indictments.
Of course,
we
the
beat 'em.
blithering
But the
racist like Hulk
time that
Hogan
you
would
have
show
to
up at his
spend-
rally. God damn it,
The
mister.
time that you have to spend, if they would devote that genius to helping our
Yeah,
country,
Mr. says Hulk
we'd
Hogan's
have a
a
much
racist.
stronger and better country.
Someone has proof that Taylor Swift was regular on 4chan.
And Jason, the biggest star in country music. Jason, thank you for being here. Jason, thank you very much. Jason Aldean, he's good.
What's his name?
I like his wife even better, by the way. She's here. Thank you, Jason. But I'm thrilled to have a new friend and
imagine Hulk
partner
Hogan's
finally
brother?
by my side.
My orange
The
brother.
next Vice President of the United States, the current Senator from Ohio,
J.D. Vance.
J.D. Vance, and his incredible wife, Usha.
Usha or OSHA? Because if she's OSHA, companies should be worried. There's audio
going to be a
recordings
great
of him literally dropping the N-word with the
President. He's
hard
going to be
R.
great.
Yeah, I
This
mean there
country
are.
and
He did
with his
apologize
movement,
though,
Greatest movement in the
Did you
history of our
believe his
country.
apology?
Make America great again.
mister.
When they criticized it, they said, we're going to try and stop MAGA. I said, MAGA is making America great again. What are you going to stop? There's nothing to stop.
It's going to make America
Then they
great
say,
again.
oh, that's
nothing to
right.
say.
It's very tough to fight it. And all of the people that did try and fight it have failed. But he's going to be with us for a long time, and it was an honor to select him. Great, great student at Yale. His wife
Where
was
was
a great
that? So
student at
J.D.
Yale. They
Vance,
met
what do
at
you say
Yale.
about
These are
Trump?
two smart people. So, J.D., you're going to be doing this for a long time. Enjoy the ride.
So, J.D. Vance, I know because the big conspiracy or big thing there is that
And
he
a very
once said he once
special
compared
thank
Trump
you
to
the
Hitler.
extraordinary people
But now
of
they're running mates.
Milwaukee and the great state of. Oh, there they are.
Didn't believe
There they are.
him.
That's-
You didn't
you
believe
are
the
so
Hulk for a
easy
damn
to
second.
spot.
You say, brother, I don't believe
And Green
you.
Bay's going to have a good team this year, right? They're going to have a good team. They're going to have a good team. Most of the audience doesn't like it, but it's true. You're going to have a very good team this year. And by the way, Wisconsin, we are spending over
And by the way, when I put
$250
this thing
million
up about J.D.
here,
Vance, that was
creating
just
jobs
like
and
something people
other
talk about.
economic
So I don't. I'm
development all
indifferent.
over the place. So I hope you will remember this in November and give us your vote. I am trying to buy your vote. I'll be honest about that.
He says it right there. He's gonna buy everyone's vote. He's an honest man. He's
And I
honest.
promise we will make Wisconsin great again. We're going to make it. Thank you, Mr. Governor. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm here tonight to lay out a vision for the whole nation, to every citizen, whether you're a young or old man or woman, Democrat, Republican, or independent, black or white, Asian or
I
Hispanic.
guess it doesn't matter,
I
does it?
extend to you a hand of loyalty and of friendship. Together we will lead America to new heights of greatness.
Say
like
your
the
prayers,
world
eat your
has never
vitamins,
seen
think- oh
before.
my
We were
God.
right there in the first term. We got hit with COVID. We did a great job.
And you
Nobody
can
knew
believe
what
that,
it was.
brother.
Nobody's ever seen an economy pre-COVID, and then we handed over a stock market that was substantially higher than just prior to COVID. Coming in, did a great job. Never got credit for that. We got credit for the war and defeating ISIS and so many things. The great economy, the biggest tax cuts ever, the biggest regulation
At least
cuts
before
ever,
COVID.
the creation of Space Force, the rebuilding of our military. We did so much. We did so much. Right to try is a big deal.
I still think the
So that
biggest
right
thing
to
with
try,
me
they were
is
trying to get that
the
for
debt. Like I
52
want to
years.
see him have a
Somebody's
plan for
terminally
paying down
ill.
the debt, other than just
Hopefully
talking
there's
about
nobody
the
in this
tax
audience,
cuts.
But it does happen a lot. They're terminally ill and they can't use our new space age drugs and other things that we are way ahead. We have the greatest doctors in the world, the greatest laboratories in the world, and you can't do it. They've been trying to get that approved for 52 years. Wasn't that easy? The insurance companies didn't want to do it. They didn't want the risk. The labs didn't want to do it because if it didn't work, people are pretty far down the line toward death. They didn't want to do it. The doctors didn't want to have it on their records, so I got everybody into an office. 52 years they tried. Sounds simple, but it's not. And I got them to agree that somebody that needs it will,
This is
instead of
10
going to
hours
Asia
ago.
or Europe or someplace,
Donald Trump
or
celebrity
if
fan
you have
club.
no money
Who's
going
in?
home and dying, just die. We got them to sign an agreement, agree to it, where they're not going to sue anybody. They're going to get all of this stuff. They're going to get it really fast. And
So we got
what's
Amber
happened is we're
Rose
saving
supports Trump.
thousands
Dana
and
White, we saw
thousands of lives. It's
Savannah
incredible.
Chrisley,
Right to
Chris
try.
Jansen, Roseanne Barr. 50
It's
Cent
great
is
feeling.
supporting Trump. Hulk
Under
Hogan,
our
we just
leadership,
saw.
the United
Stephen
States will
Baldwin.
be respected again.
Mister said
No nation
people are
will question
convinced
our
Trump
power. No enemy
squirted
will
ketchup
doubt
on
our
his
might.
face when he ducked
Our
down.
borders will be totally secure. Our economy will soar.
He
We
squirted
will return
ketchup.
law and
What?
order to our streets, patriotism to our schools, and importantly, we will restore peace, stability, and harmony all throughout the world.
Are people actually
But
doing
to
parodies of
achieve
him
this future,
squirting
we
ketchup
must
on
first
his ear? Is
rescue
that actually
our nation
happening?
from failed and even incompetent leadership.
Kid Rock is
We have
supporting, as we saw,
totally
Lil
incompetent
Wayne, as we
leadership.
know, Stacey Dash,
This will be the most
Scott
important election in
Baio,
the history of our country.
Omarosa,
Under
Newman.
the current administration,
Those are some of the people
we
supporting
are
Trump, celebrities.
indeed a nation in decline. We have an inflation crisis that is making life unaffordable, ravaging the incomes of working and low-income families, and crushing, just simply crushing our people like never before. They've never seen anything like it. We also have an illegal immigration crisis, and it's taking place right now as we sit here in this beautiful arena. It's a massive invasion at our southern border that has spread misery, crime, poverty, disease, and destruction to communities all across our land. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Then there's an international crisis, the likes of which
Apparently, a photo that
the
appears to
world
show
has
Trump's ear with no
seldom
damage after the
been
attempted
part of.
assassination is actually
Nobody can
from
believe what's
2022.
happening. War is now raging in Europe and the Middle East. A growing specter of conflict hangs over Taiwan, Korea, the Philippines, and all of Asia. And our planet is teetering on the edge of World War III. And this will be a war like no other war because of weaponry. The weapons are no longer army tanks going back and forth shooting at each other. These weapons are obliteration. It's time for a change. This administration
Is this ketchup thing's
can't
mostly
come close
TikTok
to
stuff,
solving the
mister,
problems. We're
correct?
dealing with very tough, very fierce people. They're fierce people. And we don't have fierce people. We have people that are a lot less than fierce, except when it comes to cheating on elections and a couple of other things. Then they're fierce. Then they're fierce. So tonight, I make this pledge to the great people of America. I will end the devastating inflation crisis immediately, bring down interest rates, and lower the cost of energy. We will drill, baby, drill.
And again, Joe Biden is expected to drop out. Thoughts are on this weekend.
Can you believe what they're doing? But by doing that, we will lead a large-scale decline in prices. Prices will start to come down. Energy raised it. They took our energy policies and destroyed them. Then they immediately went back to them, but by that time, so much was lost. But we will do it at levels that nobody's ever seen before. And we'll end lots of different things. We'll start paying off debt and start lowering taxes even further. We gave you the largest tax cut. We'll do it more. You know, people don't realize I brought taxes way down, way down, and yet we took in more revenues the following year than we did when the tax rate was much higher. Most people said, how did you do that? Because it was incentive. Everybody was coming to the country. They were bringing back billions and billions of dollars into our country. The companies made it impossible to bring it back. The tax rate was too high, and the legal complications were far too great. I changed both of them, and hundreds of billions of dollars by Apple and so many other companies were brought back into our nation, and we had an economy the likes of which no nation had ever seen. China, we were beating them at
So this is
levels
Joe
that were
Biden
incredible.
just the other day
And they know it. They know it.
on the side
We'll do
right
it
there.
again,
It's Joe
but we'll do
Biden
it even better.
struggling
I
to
will
walk
end
downstairs
the illegal
again.
immigration
Even though he has
crisis by
COVID, I
closing
know.
our border and finishing the wall, most of which I've already built.
I guess that's not too bad. He made it.
On the wall, we were dealing with a very difficult.
The cars get closer and closer, though, don't they?
That's okay. We won't go to Congress. I call it an invasion. We gave our military almost $800 billion. I said, I'm going to take a little of that money because this is an invasion. And we built, most of the wall is already built. And we built it through using the funds because what's better than that? We have to stop the invasion into our country that's killing hundreds of thousands of people a year. We're not going to let that happen. I will end every single international crisis that the current administration has created, including the horrible war with Russia and Ukraine, which would have never happened if I was president, and the war caused by the attack on Israel, which would have never happened if I was president. Iran was broke. Iran had no money. Now Iran has $250 billion. They made it all over the last 2.5 years. They were broke. I watched the other day on a show called Deface the Nation. Has anyone seen it? And they had a congressman who was a Democrat say, well, whether you like him or not, Iran was broke dealing with Trump. I told China and other countries, if you buy from Iran, we will not let you do any business in this country, and we will put tariffs on every product you do send in of 100%.
So it looks like
or
a new
more.
poll does put Donald Trump at 52% right
And they
now.
said to me, well, I think that's about it. They weren't going to buy any oil.
So his lead continues
and they
to
were
grow.
ready to make a deal. Iran was
If
going
you
to make a
believe in
deal with us.
polls.
And then we had that horrible,
This
horrible
was a
result
CBS
that we'll
poll,
never let
though.
happen again. The election result, we're never going to let that happen again. They used COVID to cheat. We're never going to let it happen again.
Oh, yeah, COVID was a big thing.
And they took off all the sanctions and they did everything possible for Iran. And now Iran is very close to having a nuclear weapon, which would have never happened. This is a shame what this administration, the damage that this administration has done. And I say it often. If you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States, think of it, the 10 worst, added them up, they will not have done the damage that Biden has done. Only going to use the term once. Biden. I'm not going to use the name anymore, just one time. The damage that
and
he's
then
done to
nearly
this country is
two-thirds of Democrats
unthinkable.
want Biden to withdraw
Unthinkable.
a new AP
Together we will
NORC Paul fines.
restore vision, strength, competence, and we're going to have a thing called common sense making most of our decisions, actually. It's all common sense. Just a few short years ago, under my presidency, we had the most secure border and best economy in the history of our country, in the history of the world. We had the greatest economy.
Before COVID,
in
yeah.
the history of the world. We had never done anything like it. We were beating every country, including China, by leaps and bounds. Nobody had seen anything like it. We had no inflation. Soaring incomes were going. Nobody can believe it. You can't believe what happened 4 years ago is happening now in reverse. And the world was at peace. Inflation has been a killer for our country. No matter what you make it, it doesn't matter because inflation is eating you alive. People that were putting away money, they were making great wages, the highest they've ever made, but they were putting away a lot of money. Now they are just being destroyed. They're not putting away anything. They're barely living. They're going into savings accounts. They're taking out their money to live because of inflation. Inflation, remember, it's called a country buster. You can go back to Germany from 100 years ago. You can go back to any country that suffered great inflation. We've suffered the worst inflation we've ever had. But go back and see what's happened to those countries. We've had the worst inflation we've ever had under this person. But in less than 4 years, our opponents have turned incredible success into unparalleled tragedy and failure. It's been a tremendous failure. Today, our cities are flooded with illegal aliens. Americans are being squeezed out of the labor force, and their jobs are taken.
Inflation isn't that bad right now, is
who's
it?
taking the jobs that are created?
I mean, it's bad, but
107% of those jobs are taken by illegal aliens. And you know who's being hurt the most by millions of people pouring into our country? The black population and the Hispanic population, because they're taking the jobs from our black population, our Hispanic population, and they're also taking them from unions.
the annual inflation rate for the United
unions are
States was
suffering because
3%
of it.
for the 12 months ending in June.
Thank you. Thank you. I like you too.
So inflation is growing down.
Thank you very much.
Going
Inflation
down.
has wiped out the life savings of our citizens and forced the middle class into a state of depression and despair. That's what it is. It's despair and depression. We cannot and will not let this continue. Less than 4 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a
And
great
again, I know inflation is
nation
bad. I feel it
again.
too.
We're going
but
to be a great nation again. Thank you. With proper leadership, every disaster we are now enduring will be fixed, and it will be fixed very, very quickly. So tonight, whether you've supported me in the past or not, I hope you will support me in the future, because I will bring back the American dream. That's what we're going to do. You don't even hear about the American dream anymore.
what is the American dream?
With great humility, I am asking you to be excited about the future of our country. Be excited. Be excited. And by the way, the news reports, oh, look at all of those big networks. Look at them. They're all here. But every one of them has said this could be the most organized, best run, and most enthusiastic convention of either party that they've ever seen. Every single one.
Wow, he gave the media a compliment.
And it's true. It's true. And there's love in the room. There's great love in the room. So I better finish strong. Otherwise, we'll blow it. And we can't let that happen. Now, this was great. All of the great people that spoke, and everybody hit a home run. I mean, there's not one that I can think of where I said, oh, gee, that wasn't great. Every single person. I refuse to be the only one. Don't do that to me. They're already getting ready. See, I gave them an idea. Now, this was a great convention. This was, I think we're actually going to go home and miss it. You know, usually with a first of all, look at these crowds. You'd never have this at a convention. Look at these crowds.
Trump is a once-in-a-lifetime candidate.
Love. It's about love. This week, the entire Republican Party has formally adopted
Once-in-a-lifetime
an agenda
president.
for America's renewal, and you saw that agenda. And it's very short compared to the long, boring, meaningless agendas of the past, including the Democrats. They write these things that are hundreds of pages long, and they never read them after they're done. In their case, fortunately, they don't read them because they're pretty bad. It's a series of bold promises that we will swiftly implement when you give us a Republican House. And Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. We have our great Speaker of the House with us tonight. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Thank you. A Republican Senate. We have many senators here. And send me back to our beautiful White House just a few short months from now. We're talking about just months. It can't come fast enough. We have to get it done. First, we must get economic relief to our citizens. Starting on day one, we will drive down prices and make America affordable again.
This is
we have
kinda
to make
spooky.
it affordable. It's not affordable. People can't live like this. Under this administration, Our current administration.
Apparently, the shooter
groceries
tried to
are up
register to attend at the
57%,
Pennsylvania
gasoline is
rally.
up 60 and 70%. Mortgage rates have quadrupled. And the fact is, it doesn't matter
he was
what they
using
are
an
because you
encrypted
can't get the
email
money
and a
anyway.
cell phone number.
Can't buy houses. Young people can't get any financing to buy a house. The total household costs have increased an average of $28,000 per family under this administration. Republicans have a plan to bring down prices and bring
Apparently
them
on
down
his phone,
very,
Cook sent images
very
of President Joe
rapidly.
Biden
By
and
slashing
President Trump.
energy costs, we will in turn reduce the cost of transportation, manufacturing, and all household goods. So much.
I wonder if that
starts
means
with
that the
energy.
shooter would also have killed Joe
And remember, we
Biden
have
too.
more liquid gold under our feet than any other
Excuse me, give him
country
the
by
chance.
far. We are a nation that has the opportunity to make an absolute fortune with its energy. We have it, and China doesn't. Under the Trump administration, just 3.5 years ago, we were energy independent. But soon we will actually be better than that. We will be energy dominant and supply not only ourselves, but we will supply the rest of the world with numbers that nobody has ever seen, and we will reduce our debt, $36 trillion. We will start reducing that, and we will also reduce your taxes still further. Next, and by the way, they want to raise your taxes 4 times, think of it. And all my life I grew up watching politicians. I always loved politics, I guess. I was on the other side. I'd watch and they were always talking about, we will give you a tax cut. We will give you a tax cut. My whole life I was watching, I will give you a tax cut, right, Mr. Congressman? That's all they talked about. This is the only administration that said, we're going to raise your taxes by 4 times what you're paying now, and people are supposed to vote for them? I've never heard it. You're paying too much. We're going to reduce your taxes still further. We gave you the biggest one, as I said. We're going to give you more, and it's going to lead to tremendous growth. We want growth in our country. That's what's going to pay off our debt.
So this was just put in, so...
And next we will end the ridiculous and actually incredible waste of taxpayer dollars.
So Speaker Mike Johnson joined calls for the Secret Service Director to be fired.
On things
and then that should be at the
least.
least.
Green New scam. It's a scam. And that's caused tremendous inflationary pressures in addition to the cost of energy. And all of the trillions of dollars that are sitting there not yet spent, we will redirect that money for important projects like roads, bridges, dams, and we will not allow it to be spent on meaningless, green, new scam ideas. And I will end the electric vehicle mandate on day 1. Thereby saving the U.S. auto industry from complete obliteration, which is happening right now, and saving U.S. customers thousands and thousands of dollars per car.
That was on the May 3rd.
And right now, as we speak, large factories just started are being built across the border in Mexico. So with all the other things happening on our border, and they're being built by China to make cars and to sell them into our country. No tax, no anything. The United Auto Workers ought to be ashamed for allowing this to happen. And the leader of the United Auto Workers should be fired immediately. And every single auto worker, union and non-union, should be voting for Donald Trump, because we're going to bring back car manufacturing, and we're going to bring it back fast.
You know, electric cars aren't the future. Not like people think.
They're building some of the largest auto plants anywhere in the world. Think of it, in the world. We're going to bring it back. We're going to make them. We don't mind that happening, but those plants are going to be built in the United States, and our people are going to man those plants. And if they don't agree with us, we'll put a tariff of approximately 100 to 200% on each car.
Oh, shit.
And they will be unsellable in the United States.
Jesus.
We have long been taken advantage of by other countries. And think of it, oftentimes these other countries are considered so-called allies. They've taken advantage of us for years. We lose jobs, we lose revenue, and they gain everything and wipe out our businesses, wipe out our people. I stopped it for 4 years. I stopped it, and we're really ready to make changes like nobody had seen before. And remember, USMCA, I got rid of NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made, and replaced it with USMCA, which is, they say, the best trade deal ever made. Actually, probably the best trade deal was the deal I made with China, where they buy $50 billion worth of our product. They were buying nothing. They buy $50 billion worth. They had to. But I don't even talk about it because of COVID. I don't even mention it, frankly, because of what happened with the China virus. We will not let
The China
countries
virus,
come in,
CC.
take our jobs, and plunder our nation. They come and do that. They plunder our nation. The way they will sell their product in America is to build it in America. Very simple. Build it in America and only in America. And this very simple formula, and Congress has to go along with us, and they will. This very simple formula will create massive numbers of jobs. We will take over the auto industry again, and many, many hundreds of thousands of jobs.
I'm surprised
We lost
Destiny
so
isn't
many jobs
streaming
over the
this and
years.
making
If
fun.
you go back 20, 25 years, they've started going
Excuse
to
me.
China and Mexico. About 68% of our auto industry manufacturing jobs. We're going to get them all back. We're going to get them all back, every one of them. At the center of our plan for economic relief are massive tax cuts for workers that include something else that's turned out to be very popular, actually. Here it's very popular in this building and all those hotels that I saw that are so nice. I'm staying in a nice one. It's called no tax on tips. No tax on tips.
When the hell would anyone
No
do
tax
tax on
on
tips? What sense does that make?
I got that by having dinner recently in Nevada, where we're leading by about 14 points. Hello. I'll see you there very soon, everybody. And we're having dinner at a beautiful restaurant in the Trump building on the Strip, and it's a great building, and the waitress comes over. How's everything going? Really nice person. How's everything? Oh, sir, it's so tough. The government's after me all the time on tips, tips, tips. I said, well, they give you cash. Would they be able to find them? She said, actually, and I didn't know this, she said, very little cash is given. It's all put right on the check. And they come in and they take so much of our money, it's just ridiculous. And they don't believe anything we say. And they've just hired, as you know, 88,000 agents to go after them even more. And I said, this shows the level of my, most people go out, they hire consultants, they pay them millions of dollars. But I said to her, let me just ask you a question. Would you be happy if you had no tax on tips? She said, what a great idea. I got my information from a very smart waitress. That's better than spending millions of dollars. And everybody loves it. Waitresses and caddies and drivers and everybody. It's a large group of people that are being really hurt badly. They make money, let them keep their mony. I'm
Freaking
going
tips
to
can be
protect
taxed. Oh
Social
my
Security and Medicare. Democrats are going to destroy Social Security and Medicare because all of these people, by the millions they're coming in, they're going to be on Social Security and Medicare and other things, and you're not able to afford it. They are destroying your Social Security and your Medicare. Under my plan, incomes will skyrocket, inflation will vanish completely, jobs will come roaring back, and the middle class will prosper like never, ever before, and we're going to do it very rapidly.
Employees must
But
keep
no hope or
a
dream
daily
we have
record of
for
cash
America
tips they
can succeed
receive.
unless we stop
Oh
the
my God.
illegal immigrant invasion, the worst that's ever
That's
been seen
insane.
anywhere in the world. There's never been an invasion like this anywhere. Third world countries would fight with sticks and stones not to let this happen. The invasion at our southern border, we will stop it, and we will stop it quickly. You heard Tom Homan yesterday. Tom Homan, put him in charge and just sit back and watch. Brandon Judd of Border Patrol, he's incredible. These guys, you know, they really, their job is a lot easier if they don't have to do anything, but they want to. They're patriots. Brandon Judd, Border Patrol, ICE. ICE goes out. You have to see what ICE does with MS-13. You have these are probably the worst gang, and ICE goes in there. And I know a lot of people in these rows here, and they're very tough people, but they don't want to do this job. They'll go into a pack of MS-13 killers. They're the worst, probably the worst gangs in the world. We have thousands of them. I moved thousands and thousands out in my 4 years. We moved them out, and it was a pleasure. But ICE would go right into a pack of these killers, and you see fists flying, you see everything flying, and then they take them. They put them in a paddy wagon. They take them back and they get them out of our country. And the other countries weren't accepting them back. And I called up and I said, tell them that we're not giving them economic aid anymore. And the next day I got calls from all of these countries that were terminated. Billions of dollars we spend on economic aid to countries that does us, frankly, no good. And the next day I was called by everybody. I couldn't take all the calls. Sir, what's the problem? I said, you won't take your killers back that you sent in caravans into America. You won't take them back. Well, sir, if you'd like us to, we would give very serious consideration to doing that. And within 24 hours, they were being taken back. For years and years, when I first came in, they said President Obama tried to get him to go back, and they wouldn't accept him. They'd put planes on the runway so you couldn't leave the plane. They'd close the road so you couldn't take the buses. They'd all have to turn back. As soon as I said no more economic aid of any kind to any country that does that, they called back and they said, sir, it would be our great honor to take MS-13. We love them very much.
It's like have them back.
We love them very much, sir. We'll take them back. At the heart of the Republican platform is our pledge to end this border nightmare and fully restore the sacred and sovereign borders of the United States of America, and we're going to do that on day one. That means two things on day one, right? Drill, baby, drill, and close our borders. And by the way, and I think everybody as a Republican, as a patriot in this room, and most Democrats, we want people to come into our country, but they have to come into our country legally.
6 of the 27 MS-13 leaders
Legally.
indicted.
Less
6
than
of them.
4 years ago, I handed this administration the strongest border in American history. But you can see on the chart that saved my life. That was the chart that saved my life.
Yep, the chart saved his life. That's
I think
true.
It's one of the greatest. It was
The
done
chart-
by the
yeah,
Border
that chart
Patrol.
did
One
save
of the
his life.
greatest charts I've ever seen. It showed
It is
everything just like that. You know the chart. Oh, there it is. That's pretty good. Wow. Last time I put up that chart, I never really got to look at it.
Oh, God.
But without that chart, I would not be here today.
Wow. That's crazy,
Never
dude.
got to look at it.
That's crazy.
I said, you got to see this chart. I was so proud of it, and by the time I got to there, I never got to see it that day. But I'm seeing it now, and I was very proud. If you look at the arrow in the bottom, that's the lowest level, the one on the bottom, heavy red arrow. That's the lowest level of illegal immigrants ever to come into our country in recorded history, right there. Right there. And that was my last week in office. And then you see what happened after I left. Look at the rest. And if you go out a little bit further, it's getting to be a little bit old, but I love it anyway, right? but you can go much higher with those numbers. Look what happened right after that. The invasion began. We had the opposite. We stopped the invasion, but the invasion that we stopped was peanuts by comparison to what happened after I left. Look at what happened after I left. They took over our country. We ended all catch and release. We shut down asylum fraud, stopped human trafficking, and forged historic agreements to keep illegal aliens on foreign soil. We want them to stay on their soil. Under the Trump administration, if you came in illegally, you were apprehended immediately and you were deported. You went right back. The current administration terminated every single one of those great Trump policies that I put in place to seal the border. I wanted a sealed border. Again, come in, but come in legally. You know how unfair it is? So many people, hundreds of thousands of people, have been working for years to come into our country. And now they see these people pour into our country at levels that are unprecedented, so unfair. And we're not going to do it. We're not going to stand for it. They suspended wall construction, ended remain in Mexico. We had a policy, remain in Mexico. You think that was easy to get from the Mexican government? But I said, you must give it to us. If you don't give it to us, there will be repercussions, and they gave it to us. But not easy. Canceled our Safe Third agreements. Demolished Title 42, implemented nationwide catch and release. That's catch and release, where we catch them and release them into our country. We catch them and release them into Mexico. There's a slight difference. And took 93, this is the previous administration, 93 executive actions to throw open our border to the world. The entire world is pouring into our country because of this very foolish administration. The greatest invasion in history is taking place right here in our country. They are coming in from every corner of the earth, not just from South America, but from Africa, Asia, the Middle East. They're coming from
catch and release
everywhere.
refers
They're
to a
coming at
practice
levels
of
that we've
releasing
never seen
a
before.
migrant to the
It is an
community
invasion
while he or she
indeed,
awaits
and
hearings
this
in an immigration
administration does
court
absolutely
as
nothing
in
to
total
stop
to
them.
holding them in immigration detention.
They're coming from prisons. They're coming from jails. They're coming from mental institutions and insane asylums. You know, the press is always on me because I say this. Has anyone seen Silence of the Lambs? The late, great Hannibal Lecter. He'd love to have you for dinner. That's insane asylums. They're emptying out their insane asylums. And terrorists are coming in at numbers that we've never seen before. Bad things are going to happen. Meanwhile, our crime rate is going up while crime statistics all over the world are going down because they're taking their criminals and they're putting them into our country. A certain country, and I happen to like the president of that country very much, but he's been getting great publicity because he's a wonderful shepherd of the country. He says how well the country's doing because their crime rate is down. And he said he's training all of these rough people. They're rough. He's training them. And I've been reading about this for 2 years. I think, oh, that's wonderful. Let's take a look at it. But then I realized he's not training them. He's sending all of his criminals, his drug dealers, his people that are in jail.
Makes sense.
He's sending them all to the United States. And he's different in that he doesn't say that. He's trying to convince everybody what a wonderful job he does in running the country. Well, he doesn't do a wonderful job. And by the way, if I ran one of the countries, many countries from all over, I would be worse than any of them. I would have had the place totally emptied out already.
See here, migrant crossings continue to plunge nearing the level
which is
that would
laughing
lift
at us.
Biden's
They
border
think we're
crackdown.
stupid. And they can't believe that they're getting away with what they're getting away with, but they're not going to be getting away with it for long. That's what I can tell you. In Venezuela, Caracas, high crime. Caracas, Venezuela. Really a dangerous place, but not anymore. Because in Venezuela, crime is down 72%. In fact, if they would ever win this election,
So Biden finally
we will have our next
invoked
Republican convention in
a
Venezuela
suspension
because it will be safe.
on
Our
migrants
cities-
entering the
Our
U.S.
cities will
illegally.
be so unsafe, we won't be able We will
And that's
not be able to
lowered
have it
the
there. In El
migrant
Salvador, murders are down by 70%. Why are they down? Now, he would
Should have been done
you
before that.
convinced that because he's trained murderers to be wonderful people. No. They're down because they're sending their murderers to the United States of America. This is going to be very bad. And bad things are going to happen, and you're seeing it happen all the time. That's why, to keep our families safe, the Republican platform promises to launch the largest deportation operation.
Oh, this is great news right here. This is great news right here.
President Dwight D. Eisenhower from many years ago. You know, he was a moderate, but he believed very strongly in borders. He had the largest deportation operation we've ever had. Just recently, I spoke to the grieving mother of Jocelyn Nungary, a wonderful woman, a precious 12-year-old girl from Houston who last month was tied up, assaulted, and strangled to death after walking to the convenience store just a block away from her house.
U.S. Appeals Court blocks President Biden's student debt relief plan. These students should not have any relief at all. I'm sorry.
Who couldn't believe what they had witnessed.
They need to get a real job.
With Jocelyn's heinous murder are 2 illegal aliens from Venezuela who came across our border, were in custody, and were then released into the country by this horrible, horrible administration that we have right now. I also met recently with the heartbroken mother and sister of Rachel Morin. Rachel was a 37-year-old mom of 5 beautiful children who was brutally raped and murdered.
Was it Rachel Morin?
She wanted to keep herself in good shape. It was very important to her. She was murdered. The monster responsible first killed another woman in El Salvador before he was led into America by the White House. This White House
brother of Rachel Morin, mother killed while jogging,
girl
speaks
and
at
her mother in
RNC.
a home invasion in Los Angeles before murdering Rachel in Maryland. Traveled all throughout the country, doing tremendous damage. Rachel's mother will never be the same. I spent time with her. She will never be the same. I've also met with the wonderful family of Laken Riley, the brilliant 22-year-old nursing student. She was so proud of being first in her class, who was out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia when she was assaulted, beaten, and horrifically killed. Yet another American life was stolen by a criminal alien set free by this administration. And these were incredible people we're talking about. These were incredible people who died. Tonight, America, this is my vow. I will not let these killers and criminals into our country. I will keep our sons and daughters safe. As we bring security to our streets, we will help bring stability to the world. I was the first president in modern times to start no new wars. You know, we were the toughest, we were the most respected. And you saw this. Hungry, strong country, run by very powerful, tough leaders, tough guy. Press doesn't like him because he's tough. And he came out recently. They were asking him at an interview, the whole world is exploding. What's happening? What's going on? Viktor Orban, Prime Minister of Hungary, very tough man.
No new wars.
He said, I don't want people coming into my country and blowing up our shopping centers and killing people.
So obviously
But
he's
they
talking
said to
about
him,
with
"Tell us what's
Russia
going on,
and
what's
then,
happening?
you know,
What is it?"
in Israel.
He said, there's only one way you're going to solve it. You got to bring President Trump back to the United States because he kept everybody at bay. He used a word I wouldn't use because I can't use that word, because you'd say it was braggadocious. The press would say he was a braggart. I'm not a braggart. But Viktor Orban said it. He said Russia was afraid of him. China was afraid of him. Everybody was afraid of him. Nothing was going to happen. The whole world was at peace. And now the world is blowing up around us. All of these things that you read about were not going to happen. Under President Bush, Russia invaded Georgia. Under President Obama, Russia took Crimea. Under the current administration, Russia is after all of Ukraine. Under President Trump, Russia took nothing.
That's how I put it right there.
We defeated 100% of ISIS in Syria and Iraq, something that was said to take 5 years, sir. It'll take 5 years, sir. We did it in a matter of a couple of months. We have a great military. Our military is not woke. It's just some of the fools.
Unless you want
on
to count
top
China
that are woke.
economically. I guess you could count. I guess you could say Trump was at war with China economically.
I got along very well. North Korea, Kim Jong-un, I got along very well with him. The press hated him.
I mean, that's a pretty good
How could you
example.
get
We
along
were
with him?
supposed to go to war with North Korea.
It's
That's
nice
what
to get
Barack
along with
Obama
somebody who has
said.
a lot of nuclear weapons or otherwise, isn't it? See, in the old days, they'd say, that's a wonderful thing. Now they say, how could you possibly do that? But no, I got along with them, and we stopped the missile launches from North Korea. Now North Korea is acting up again, but when we get back, I get along with them. He'd like to see me back, too. I think he misses me, if you want to know the truth. Our opponents inherited a world at peace and turned it into a planet of war. We're in a planet of war. Look at that attack on Israel. Look at what's happening with Ukraine. The cities are just bombed out. How can people live like that where buildings, massive buildings, are falling to the ground? It began to unravel with the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, the worst humiliation in the history of our country. We have never had a humiliation like that. 13 heroic U.S. service members were tragically and needlessly killed. 45 others were horrifically wounded. Nobody ever talks about that. No arms, no legs, face explosions.
Jesus.
Horrifically wounded. And by the way, we have a man in this room who's running for the U.S. Senate from a great state,
Who?
Nevada, named Sam Brown, who paid the ultimate price. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Sam. Thank you. He paid the biggest price probably ever paid by anybody that is running for office, and I think he's going to do great. He's running against a person that is not good, not respected, a total lightweight. But Sam, I think, paid, really, we were talking about it with some of the senators that are working so hard for Sam. But he paid the biggest price of any senator ever to run for the Senate. I don't think anybody's ever what he did. He was a real hero, a really great person.
As a result of
running, and I hope
30% of his body was burned.
Sam Brown.
He lost his left index finger. But yeah, 30% of his body was burned. Sam
And we
Brown.
also left behind
Running for senator in
$85 billion
Nevada.
worth of military equipment, along with many American citizens.
He was
were left
endorsed by
behind.
Trump.
Many, many American citizens, emboldened by that disaster, Russia invaded Ukraine. They saw this group of people that were incompetent. We took the soldiers out first. No, we're going to take the soldiers out second. If they would have followed my plan, we had a great plan. But the plan only kicked in if they did everything perfectly, and they weren't doing things perfectly, so we said it doesn't kick in. You know, 18 months in Afghanistan, we didn't have one, so they were killing them left and right, snipers. And I spoke to the head of the Taliban. You've heard this story. Abdul.
So I should have also said that he was serving in the U.S. Army as an infantry platoon leader
I don't have to speak to somebody that has
in
nothing to do
Kandahar.
with it.
In
And I told him,
Kandahar, as
don't
Trump
ever
probably
do that.
mentioned.
Don't ever do that again. Don't ever do that again. You've got to stop. Because during the Obama administration, many great people and soldiers, a lot of soldiers were being killed from long distance. I said, if you keep doing that, you're going to be hit harder than anybody's ever been hit by a country before.
Oh, by the way, there is some escalation between
And he said,
Iran
"I
and
understand,
Trump,
Your
and
Excellency." He
Iran
called me Your
actually,
Excellency.
they have been plotting to kill
I wonder
Trump
if he calls the other guy Your Excellency.
even
I doubt it.
before Thomas
The other guy
Matthew.
gave him everything. I mean, what kind of a deal was that? He walked out, gave him everything. Do you know that right now Afghanistan is one of the largest sellers of weapons in the world? They're selling the brand new, beautiful weapons that we gave them. But think of it. He actually said to me, but why do you show me a picture of my home? I said, you'll have to ask your people or one of your wives. But he could figure it out. And for 18 months, we had not one attack on an American soldier by the Taliban. 18 months. And then we had that horrible day where soldiers were killed. I was not there because of a ridiculous election. But we had that horrible attack. And they also gave up Bagram, one of the biggest bases anywhere in the world, air bases anywhere in the world, the longest runways, most powerful, hardened, thickened runways. We gave it up. And I liked it not because of Afghanistan. I liked it because of China. It's 1 hour away from where China makes their nuclear weapons. And you know who has it now? China has it now. We were keeping that. And now China is likewise circling Taiwan, and Russian warships and nuclear submarines are operating 60 miles off the coast in Cuba. Do you know that? No, the press refuses to write about it. If that were me running this country and we had nuclear submarines in Cuba, I will tell you that the headlines every day would be, what's wrong with our president? You don't even hear this. You're not hearing about this. Russia has nuclear
So yeah,
submarines
Iran
and
has
warships
denied the plot to
60
kill
miles away,
President
Mr.
Trump
Congressman, from Miami, by the way.
weeks
happens
before
to be
shooting.
here. Correct? In Cuba. And that would not be stood for if it were somebody else. They don't even they don't want to mention it, but now maybe they will. And the entire world, I tell you this, we want our hostages back, and they better be back before I assume office, or you will be paying a very big price. With our victory in November, the years of war, weakness, and chaos will be over. I don't have wars. I had no wars other than ISIS, which I defeated, but that was a war that was started. We had no wars. I could stop wars with a telephone call. I could stop
That's
wars
really
with just
good
a
right
telephone.
there. That's a good line.
If properly stated, it would never start. We will replenish our military and build
Dude,
an
the
Iron
dude is
Dome
so
missile
competent,
defense
man.
system
It's
to
like-
ensure that no enemy can strike our homeland. And this great Iron Dome will be built entirely in the USA. We're going to build it in the USA. And Wisconsin, just like I gave you that massive ship contract, and you're doing a very nice job, Governor, right? Thank you, Governor. And they're doing a great job. In fact, I had a little design change, and we gave them a tremendous for essentially what we used to call destroyers. These are now the most beautiful. They look like yachts. I said, we have to take the bow, and we have to make it a little nicer and a little point at the top instead of a flat nose. And the people at the shipyard said, this guy sort of knows what he's doing. We have most beautiful ships, right?
Ah,
Governor?
mister.
Everybody sitting over there.
He
And it was
sure
a big
loves
contract that
China's
everybody
Great
wanted. I
Wall
gave it to
of...
Wisconsin, but we're
What
gonna
the
have
hell,
a lot
mister?
of that built right here.
What
in
the hell?
the state of Wisconsin and all other states. Israel has an Iron Dome. They have a missile defense system. 342 missiles were shot.
You're going to
into
have to add
Israel,
context in
and
that.
only one got through a little bit. It was badly wounded. It fell to the ground, but most of them are. And Ronald Reagan wanted this many years ago, but we really didn't have the technology many years ago. Remember, they called it Starship, spaceship, anything to mock him. But he was a very good president, very, very good. But now we have unbelievable technology. And why should other countries have this and we don't? No, no, we're going to build an Iron Dome over our country, and we're going to be sure that nothing can come and harm our people. And again, from an economic development standpoint, we're going to make it all right here. No more sending it out to other countries in order to help. It's America
What is an
first.
Iron Dome?
America first. We will unleash the power of American innovation. And as we do, we will soon be on the verge of
An Iron
finding
Dome is an air
cures to
defense
cancer,
system, one like
Alzheimer's
Israel
disease, and
has.
many other diseases. We're going to get to the bottom of it.
It's designed to intercept and destroy
Remember
short-range
this
rockets and
gentleman that
artillery
I don't want to
shells.
mention other than one time I had to, because when you say the 10 worst, I had to do it. I didn't want anybody to be confused. But this man said, we're going to find a cure to cancer. Nothing happened. We're going to get to the cure for cancer and Alzheimer's and so many other things. We're so close to doing something great. But we need a leader that will let it be done. We will not have men playing in women's sports. That will end immediately. And we will restore and renovate our nation's once great cities, making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. And that includes our nation's capital, which is a horrible killing field. So many things. They leave from Wisconsin, they go to look at the Washington Monument, they end up getting stabbed, killed, or shot. We will be very soon very proud of our capital.
More and
Again,
more
Washington,
transgenders being
DC.
banned from women's sports. This was actually in April.
America is on the cusp of a new golden age, but we will have the courage to seize it. We're going to take it. We're going to make it a current. We're going to bring this into a golden age like never seen before. Remember this, China wants to do it. Japan wants to do it. All of these countries want to do it. We have to produce massive amounts of energy if we're going to produce the new. If you look at some of the things that have been done and some of the things that we're going to do, but AI needs literally twice the electricity that's available now in our country. Can you imagine? But instead, we're spending places where they recharge electric cars. They built 8 chargers at a certain location toward the Midwest. 8 chargers for $9 billion. Think of them as
So U.S. data center
tank
electricity
for filling
demand
up your
could
gas.
double by
Think
2030,
of it.
driven
They
by
spent
artificial
$9
intelligence.
billion
We're destroying
on
ourselves
8
through
chargers,
AI.
3 of which didn't work. And if you were going to do this all over our country,
So
this
everyone
crazy
investing
electric
into
grid,
AI, you're literally
do this all-
supporting the
and by the way,
downfall
I'm
of
all
our
for
electrical
electric.
grid.
They have their application. But if somebody wants to buy a
Unless something
gas-powered car,
changes.
gasoline-powered car, or a hybrid, they're going to be able to do it. And we're going to make that change on day 1.
And there is electrical car mandate. I had it up earlier, but
So
there's
to conclude,
supposed to be like
just a few short days ago, my journey
half of all vehicles
you
are supposed to
nearly
be
ended, you know
electrical
that.
by
And yet,
2030 or something.
here we are
Something
tonight,
similar to
all
this.
gathered together, talking about the future, promise, and
52%.
a total renewal of a thing we love very much. It's called America. We live in a world of miracles. None of us knows God's plan or where life's adventure will take us. I want to thank Franklin Graham for being here tonight. He's an outstanding man. He wrote me a note recently. I have a lot of respect for him. Sir, I love your storytelling. I think it's great in front of these big rallies. But, sir, please do me one favor. It won't make any difference. Please don't use any foul language. I was a little embarrassed. I said, he said, it won't make any difference. Actually, it does. The story's not quite as good, but I've been very good. The story is not quite as good, to be honest. I've got to have a little talk with Franklin, but he was great. He's a great gentleman. His father was so incredible, Billy Graham. My father used to love taking me to see Billy Graham. My father would take me to see Billy Graham at Yankee Stadium. He had the biggest rallies you've ever seen. He was a good rally guy, too. But he'd get up, and he was a fantastic guy. My father loved Billy Graham. But I love Franklin Graham. I think Franklin's been fantastic, and I'm working so hard to adhere to his note to me. I'm working hard on it, Franklin. But if the events of last Saturday make anything clear, it is that every single moment we have on earth is a gift from God.
Okay, I'm back. That was a necessity. Let's see.
We have to make the most of every day for the people and for the country that we love. The attacker in Pennsylvania wanted to stop our movement, but the truth is the movement has never been about me. It has always been about you. It's your movement. It's the biggest movement in the history of our country by far. Can't be stopped. It can't be stopped. It has always been about the hardworking, patriotic citizens of America. For too long, our nation has settled for too little. We settled for too little.
So we'll see if Kevin or anyone
We've given
pops
everything
on.
to
Oh yeah,
other
Kevin's in there.
nations, to other people.
Hey, what's up,
We've
Kevin?
been told to lower your expectations and to accept less
So-
of your families.
So I'm still
tonight
streaming,
with the opposite
but I was
message.
just but I'm
Your
streaming the Trump
expectations are
convention
not big
speech. So
enough.
that's why I waited
Not big
before
enough.
getting on Discord. So it's still going on, but it's towards the end.
It is time
So
to
if you have
start
any thoughts,
expecting
feel
and
free.
demanding the best leadership in the world.
think it was
leadership
set up?
that is bold, dynamic,
You mean the shooter?
relentless, and fearless. We can do that.
No, the
We
whole
are
thing,
Americans.
because like I was talking to a guy
Ambition
at
is
work
our
a few
heritage.
days ago,
Greatness
and he said
is
he
our
thinks it was
birthright.
set up
But
because
as long as our
unless
energies
you're a
are
moron,
spent fighting
right?
each other, our destiny will remain.
you're not
out
going to
of
miss
reach,
that far away.
and that's not
So
acceptable.
it's
We must instead take
the
that
shooter was
energy
good.
and
The
use it
shooter
to
was fine.
realize our country's true potential.
So what Trump
and
did
write
was he
our
looked
own
to the
thrilling
right,
chapter of
and there was a
the
grid that he
American
was
story.
showing,
We can do it
and when he
together.
looked
We
at the
will
grid,
unite. We are going to come
he
together,
turned his
and
head
success
just in
will
time
bring us
for the
together.
shooter to miss his head and get the ear, strike the ear.
It is a story
So the
of
shooter was
love,
on point, but
sacrifice,
it was a freak
Going.
happening.
so many other
Brain at all.
things.
What's that?
In the projection that it was
remember the
going, it would not
word
hit his brain at all, so it wouldn't be
Devotion.
fatal if they
It's
got to the
unmatched
time.
devotion. Our American
Well, I mean, the
ancestors
shot would have
crossed the
fired
Gulf,
above
who
his
survived
right
the
eye,
icy
right through the
winter
brain,
at Valley Forge,
if it
and
was set to
defeated a
hit.
mighty empire to establish our cherished
But Trump turned his
republic.
head
They
at the
fought so
right
hard, they
time.
lost so many. They pushed thousands and thousands.
But here's the
of
thing,
miles
though: if
across
it
a
was
dangerous
above his
frontier,
eye and then he
taming
turned,
the wilderness
and it hit
to
his
build a
ear, it'd still
life
go
that
through his
was a
head.
magnificent home for
That's
their
the thing.
family. They packed their families into covered wagons, trekked across
Because your ear is literally positioned.
hazardous trails,
That means that he would have to
scaled
turn his
towering
whole body
mountains,
and
braved
move his
rivers
body
and
in a
rapids
way
to
that
stake their
it would
claim
not
on
hit
the wide
anything
open,
at all.
new and very beautiful
The only way
frontier.
it could miss his ear is literally
When our
being
way of
angled in
life
a
was
certain
threatened,
way
American patriots
that
marched onto the battlefield, raced
it would just
into
it would
enemy
basically
strongholds
be
and
grazing
stared
his
down
ear,
death.
going to the.
Stared down
That means you'd
those
have to be
enemies
turning to
to
face
keep
the
alive
person.
the flame of freedom. And
Well,
brought
the
down
shooter was like
Gettysburg.
literally aiming at
At
Trump's
midway,
head,
they joined
but
the
it's just
roll
how
call
he
of honor.
turned.
Heroes, so many heroes.
Yes, but what I'm meaning is,
So many
if
great,
it grazed
great
his ear, it'd be going
people,
through
and
the
we have
back
to
of his
cherish
head,
those people. We
and then
can't
if he
forget
turned
those
and
people.
it
We
hit
have
his
to
ear, it'd just be
cherish
missing
those
his,
people.
just grazing through his ear. So going through the certain part that it is, grazing his butt, grazing
And
his ear,
building
it would
monuments
basically
to those
be
great
just
people
grazing
is a
his
good
head,
thing, not a
basically.
bad thing.
So if he got
They
treatment,
saved
then
our
he would be
country.
fine. That's what I'm saying.
No challenge was too
The
much.
angle that
No
you're saying does
hardship
not make
was
sense.
too great. No enemy was too fierce. Together these patriots soldiered on and endured, and they prevailed because they had faith in each other, faith in their country, and above all, they had faith
If it was
in their
angling
God.
at his right eye, then if he turned, it would be grazing his left. It would be
Just
hitting his
like
left
our
eye.
Well, no, it's
ancestors,
how
we
it's how he
must
moved
now
his
come
head
together, rise above past differences.
when he like turned for
Any
the
disagreements have to be put aside.
charge.
So you're saying
Forward,
he leaned in. You're
united
saying he
as one
leaned in?
people, one nation, pledging
So
allegiance to one group,
he
It would have
he would have to lean forward. He would have to lean
celebrate the
forward.
American flag.
He would have to lean and turn forward, which is what he did.
Tonight I
Now here's the
Right.
problem with
for your support.
how does he
And
lean
I
in
am
at
humbly
that
asking
precise time
for your
and they
vote.
pull the trigger at that precise time? A logical shooter would wait, especially with
Make our
400
country
feet. That's not that
Well,
far.
the shooter did wait until he had him in sight. but he couldn't have predicted that Trump at the last second literally did that movement. It was literally a freak happening.
With 400 feet, it would almost be instantaneous. With 400 feet, that's not that far. You could shoot a pistol and almost get there. So basically, with his, what gun did you say he had? A type of rifle or sniper rifle?
He had an AR.
Okay, that's a very powerful gun. So basically, that means that he would have to, as soon as Trump leaned in, pull the trigger. Basically, right in his exact same moment. The problem is it was not the same moment. He basically pulled the trigger anyways.
Nothing will sway us.
Because the AR, it would basically be instantaneous travel, basically. Because it breaks the speed of sound. So the speed of sound is literally in the, literally hundreds, thousands of miles per hour. So a few hundreds to a couple thousand. I'm pretty sure it's like 600 something miles per hour is the speed of sound.
Together we will save this country.
But every gun breaks the speed of sound. It's just some are faster than others.
The rich and wonderful tomorrows
you know what I mean?
People so truly deserve. America's future will be bigger,
Hello?
better, bolder,
I'm still
brighter,
listening.
happier, stronger, freer,
Yeah, so
greater,
that's the problem,
and
though,
more
is
united
some
than
you
ever
saying
before.
that it's he leaned in at the moment he couldn't predict. That mean it would have to be the same time.
The speed of sound is 767-ish, around that range.
Okay, there you go.
Miles per hour.
So miles per hour. So how many?
No,
feet are you
anything
coming
under
from?
that would be like subsonic.
That would mean that basically,
Hi, Ash, by the way.
here's the thing
Hello.
though.
If we're talking about guns, then I'm all in right now.
Oh, really?
If he was 400 feet away, that would mean it would basically be instantaneous. That's the problem with that.
Well, I mean, it happened.
Do we know what caliber he was shooting?
What ARs? What calibers are they? What were they?
It always varies, but most ARs are 5.56, which is your traditional AR round.
Oh, Daniel, do you want to know something funny?
Do we have a picture of what the gun looks like?
Hey,
So I
hey
can take a look
Daniel,
at it?
funny. Daniel,
Yeah.
want to know something funny? It's really funny. My family some of my family at least, is berating me on going to visit my friend.
Really?
They're literally upset at me because they're like, oh, they're not legal. I go, I never went to be in a relationship with the person or smash the person. I went to literally visit and talk to them about future plans.
Oh.
And so they're berating me, saying, oh, you went to visit a 17-year-old online. That's so weird. Oh my God. And I go, you need to know context. You're always getting mad at me for not looking at the context of what you're saying, and you're not looking at the context of why I went to.
So, Kevin, are you watching the stream?
No, because I'm driving.
Okay, so like literally, he's like
hold on.
leaning forward, and then he gets in the angle to where the ear is in the spot where the shooter was aiming for, just above the eye. Like literally, if Donald Trump hadn't had that miraculous like little angle change, that little head lean forward, and then he looked to the right, like where his ear was, that's where just above his eye was going to be. He was going to be shot through the brain. I wish I could find it, but there's already some AI done positioning shots and stuff like that that like show it. But I can't find it. Tim Pool had like a good one yesterday, but
Hold up, Daniel, can you scroll down through the post and see
oh shit.
if it shows what caliber?
Oh, I can
Level
I can
using?
definitely find that, you know. What was it? Because AR. God damn it. Oh, was this AR rifle used in Trump shooting from company? Oh, that's not going to show it, is it? Why aren't you going down, you bastard?
Because my guess is
By the
probably
way-
used in traditional.
By the way, I was talking to my family about the Trump shooting because they got into a topic about it, and I did the whole like impression of Trump of going, the bullet, it was huge, it was ginormous, and I just went to the JFK special and my family was dying laughing. And they're like, you don't say that, you don't say that, no.
Then don't
My,
laugh.
my mom was so disappointed in me, but my sister-in-law was dying.
It was worth it.
My brother was just disappointed and like literally looking down, like shaking his head with it. You pinch your nose to shake your head. No, you know that. My brother was doing that. My sister-in-law was dying laughing. My mom was upset with me. My dad was upset with me.
The
It was-
range was roughly around.
Actually, it was less than 400 feet. But what was
No, it was definitely less than 400.
See, it's crazy. It's crazy that the failure of the Secret Service is just bullshit. They're
How
The
the
fact
fuck,
that they
dude?
saw him and still didn't
yeah.
take the shot
This was completely
when someone's
preventable.
literally laying on top of a fucking building, that should be a red flag immediately.
It's like again.
I don't care
Trump
who
was
you
supposed to
are,
die.
a photographer. There's no way you're fucking taking a picture
And,
of
and,
him
and this is why Trump was
on
supposed
top
to
of a
die.
building laying down.
Like
If
I still can't
Trump
believe he's
didn't
not
look
dead.
at his fucking graph, he would be fucking gone.
Oh,
Here's the thing,
so you're
period.
seeing the graph of like the bullet?
No.
Oh, you're looking at the.
If he didn't look at his graph, like look back at it, he would have been dead. Period. With it
Here's the
hit
problem,
like the back towards your head or like anywhere, period. Once the bullet goes in, not only does it twist the fucking brain, but the moment the bullet cracks the skull, air just goes straight in. That's what makes the exploding, well, head. That's just what does it. Period.
So here's the thing, though. I know this sounds bad, but if I was gonna assassinate or shoot somebody, I wouldn't hesitate. You know?
Well, the shooter didn't hesitate. The shooter was literally on shot for his brain.
Not
No, he
only
did
that,
hesitate. He did
didn't
hesitate.
fully account for wind because it was a significantly windy day.
Oh, okay.
If it was that windy, even though he was out in the open like he was, that's a terrible time to take the shot, period. Not saying, assassinating a previous president's a good thing, because it's not, period. It's not. But on a windy day, no. Never on a windy day. As windy as it was. No. But that being said, the Secret Service should have already taken a shot on the gunman. Do you have anything to add, Daniel?
I mean, except the fact that the Secret Service were incompetent and the locals were even worse, and that Trump should be dead. I mean.
Nothing really else to add.
But I mean, Kevin's right that it was definitely set up, but now we don't know who because they killed the shooter. Why do you kill the shooter after he's already done his thing? Mangle the motherfucker. Why kill him at this point? It was already a failure, but they killed him.
The shooter?
Yeah, they killed the shooter
Because he's
after.
gonna continue to shoot.
Like, mangle the motherfucker. It's like, we'll never know now.
He's still gonna shoot.
Yeah.
He's still gonna. He had one goal in mind, and that was assassination. And even then, that didn't even work out really well for him, did it?
Well, I mean, again, the chart. If it wasn't for the chart and that angle change.
Trump is so unbelievably lucky.
I just assume he's still dead. In another universe, he's dead. It's like, it's just so crazy.
That's without a doubt.
It's insane.
Well, I'm gonna let you go, Daniel. I'm gonna call one of my friends because they have yet to hear this microphone.
Oh, by the way, I don't have you on Steam, Ash.
You don't?
I don't think so.
What the fuck? Send me your Steam. I'll add you later.
Well, it's the same. It's DTM Exploded with a capital D and a
Send
capital
me your Steam.
X.
Send me your Steam so I don't add the wrong account.
I mean, it's right here, like right on the screen. I got DTM Exploded.
Whenever it wants to load.
Whatever wants to load, past the delay. I mean,
Average streamer moment.
average streamer moment. I'm on fire.
Okay, cool. There's only one person. There you
Oh, there's only one person. That's good.
go. You're special. Alright, well, I'm gonna call my friend now.
Okay. All right, Ash. Thanks for joining.
Yeah, no worries.
Are
If you find out what the caliber is, please let me know.
Okay.
'Cause I'm curious, because my guess it's your traditional 5.56.
Okay. All right, Ash. Talk to you later.
Anyways, have a good night.
Kevin, you still there?
Gavin left.
Oh fuck! He was like trying to do a conspiracy thing, and you knocked it. You took him down a step.
What can I say? Get fucked.
Thank you for that. That's funny. That's hilarious. And then he just cut tail and run after you did that. If you corrected him, that was a great moment.
When did I correct? How did I correct him?
Well, because Kevin was like getting on like the idea that it was a setup, and I just didn't know if he was like going to be like knocking Trump or being for him or not. I don't know, but you like just put him in his place, and then he left. Great moments in streaming history.
Whoops. What can I say? I debate. The funny thing is, I never debate. Period.
Well, shit, you just...
The moment I started.
And he was just dumbfounded. Oh my god, he was left speechless.
Please go back and stream so I can, take that clip and send it to me.
That's
I really
great.
want to know what I said.
I mean... Yeah, I could always, like, find
Unless
it.
Kevin just got bumped out of the VC.
I mean, he was, like, driving, unless it, like, something terrible happened, but...
Yeah. But I want to know personally. But anyways.
Okay. Alright, Ash, I'll talk to you later then.
See you.
I just can't find it, because no one's talking about the caliber. Oh, I hate it when it does that, and then I gotta refresh the, NCS. Okay, so with the Trump stuff, I mean, it is what it is. So he's just one of the great political persons of the century and/or so. I mean, to this comment, Doc and Cody KO aren't the same as you would think. So this is kind of a chill thing until peeps want to come in and engage in conversation. So if it goes chill, then we're talking core keeper. Oh god. Oh, what the hell happened? Biden has already decided to step down. That was a text I just got. Oh.
Suffocating, I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire.
Well, hello there.
Oh, welcome back, Kevin.
Ash is gone.
Yes. He left after you left.
They abandoned us.
It's a sad day.
We have been betrayed by our brethren.
Yes. Did I mention in Core Keeper and the new update coming in August? They're gonna add a new Summoner class and a sorcerer class or something.
You know what's actually quite interesting that I like, Daniel?
What?
I like how I got back at a lady who was pissed off at me.
At who?
It was
Oh,
so
lady.
amazing. Yeah, lady. She was so pissed off at me. A lot of people, I can hear the feminists screaming at me. It was amazing. She came up to, like, I went up to her and I asked her out on a date, and she said, "How much do you make an hour?" And I said, "I'm sorry, what?" She goes, "How much do you make an hour?" And I said, $18.75. She goes, "You reek of broke boy." And I was like, "Oh, okay, wow, that's how it is." What do you think?
Huh.
That's how you know she's a gold digger, right? Daniel?
That's interesting.
Do you know how I got her back?
How?
Well, just a few seconds later, as I was walking away, she got kidnapped.
Are you
She said,
serious?
"Help! Help!" Yeah, I'm serious. She got kidnapped. Mall. I said, she's like, "Help me! Help me! I'm sorry." And I said, "I'm sorry. You reek of weak girl." And I walked away.
Jesus.
Would you say that was savage?
That's one way to win the argument.
Would you say that's mean?
Do you think it's mean?
At the same time of being funny a little bit, but to me it's well deserved.
There's a special spot for a special fish.
Is it called the place in a woman's pants?
Jesus. It's a temple. Well, it's one of the spots. Jesus, Kevin. Jesus.
What?
Anyway,
Hey, Daniel,
yeah.
have you ever watched Death Note?
Only a little bit.
So you know how you can write a person's name in, and it gives their name, and it kills the person?
Sure.
Well, here's the thing, though. You know how it can only kill one person at a time?
Okay.
What if you kill a pregnant lady?
Is it even possible?
That's the thing. Because you're killing the baby inside of it. By killing the lady, you're killing the baby.
So by definition, if the baby dies, it can't happen. So literally there's something or someone it cannot kill. By definition.
Technically.
Yeah. So I would be safe
How do you
and just
say
say...
you're trying to kill the baby? It's not supposed to kill the baby. But the problem is that it's killing the lady, which inevitably kills the baby.
And another loophole would be that if the baby is not set to die just by default, the mother won't die. Just by default.
Here's another question.
With what information we know that is.
Here's another question. Do you have to use the person's legal name?
You have to use the person's legal name?
No, I'm saying, are you supposed to, like, do you have to use the person's legal name? Or can you just put any name in as long as you think of the person they die?
That's a good
Because
question.
there's literally scenes inside of Death Note where he had to look up the person's legal name as a criminal because he saw them on TV and he was like, oh, another criminal, I have to write them down. And then basically he had to look up their actual name and archive files, basically. So does that mean that if they runs into a transgender, he can't kill them because he doesn't know their legal name? He only knows the name they want to go by? Does this mean the Death Note's transphobic?
Jesus.
What do you think?
We'll need to know more information.
Yeah. So many curiosities, isn't there?
There certainly can be. What's with the squeaking?
Oh, what?
There was some squeaking.
Oh, yeah, there's some cars. Right now I'm using some pheromone cologne, and let me tell you, it actually fucking works.
How so?
Oh, do you know what pheromone cologne does?
What alleges?
What?
Are you actually attracting women with it?
Yeah, I am actually.
So what? Woman just comes up and says you smell good.
No, you see, pheromone cologne works as basically mixes with your hormones, giving off your natural scent. And so what happens here is that when I used it, when I was at work, a lot of ladies were coming, like, they were walking towards me because they're getting off the planes, I'm walking towards them. They, like, look in my direction and smile.
Huh.
One even told me I smell like candy.
Really?
Yeah.
That's very sweet of them.
Oh, I see the pun here, bud.
Yes.
Oh, man. Seriously? When you hand your doctor your nut, tastes like candy, sweet like fruit, wet like water.
Jesus.
What do you think?
I guess so.
I wish somebody would hand me their nut. Just kidding. You know, Daniel, I actually had a funny situation in my book, and it just can't stop getting laughs from it by people, basically.
Okay.
It's where the main character ate a butterfly. It was hallucinogenic, okay? So he's all tossing and turning, he's going crazy. So they take him to the doctor, and they tell him he ate a hallucinogenic butterfly. You know what her response was?
What's that?
Is he mentally challenged or just this stupid? And the brother said, I'm afraid is the second option. What do you think of that? Just imagine you do something stupid and they go, is he mentally challenged or just this stupid? It's pretty funny.
I mean, there you go.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, yesterday I had a bit of a problem.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, basically, my dad's doing yard work for a party he's having tomorrow.
Uh-huh.
And basically what happened was I had to get up and go to work. But he's doing yard work, and because everything's so hot, I just have the door, like the window open, right? Like my room's basically like an oven during the summer because the sun always shines on it. So what happened was that my dad's just like doing yard work. He mowed the lawn. He did weed whacking. He also power washed the deck outside my window. So it's just keeping me up for hours, basically. He kept me up for like 2 hours. Thing is, I didn't go to bed until 2. He came home, kept talking to the family and stuff. And then power washed for like 2 hours. And by the time he was done, it was like 6. I get up at like 8. So I went to bed at like 12. He got home at like 2. I fell asleep, woke up, and then fell asleep by the time that basically I woke up again at like 8:30. So I only got like 3 hours of sleep. And I'm sick right now, so that's not good. It was hard for me to fall asleep. So I only got like 3 hours of sleep, or 2.5-ish. So I basically had to call out sick because I was so exhausted and tired. My body's fighting sickness. I could barely breathe. I was very loopy, and I was like, I'm just going to call out sick.
Alright, so it was a sick day.
Basically. But I was so tired, I slept for, basically, I slept for about, let's see, I went to bed again at 8:30-ish, like 8:30, 8:40, and then slept until 10 a.m. So for 12 hours, so basically in a day, I got like 15 hours of sleep.
Jesus.
You're crazy.
Who's crazy?
Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room filled with rats, and the rats made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once.
Jesus. So right now, this is an amazing moment being able to play Core Keeper on my YouTube stream. Like this never, it's very rare. All of the items required for the ruined sword.
You there?
I am.
What's the difference between a fly and Paul Walker?
What?
The sound they make when they hit the windshield.
Jesus. See if it hurts it. Oh, shit. Yeah, that works.
You want to know something crazy?
What?
Do you know they have a thing in Shanghai where you're not allowed to jaywalk?
Really?
Yeah, so in the U.S., you're not allowed to jaywalk, right? A cop can give you a ticket or something for jaywalking. However, in Shanghai, at every stoplight, they have cameras that scan your face and deduct the money directly from your account at that moment.
Really?
Yeah, it has like an ID system, and it will literally ID check you, scan your face, and go, "Oh, this is you," and then literally will go into your bank account and just automatically deduct it. So instead of the U.S. where you have to get given a ticket for speeding or something, you have to turn it into the office or whatever, wherever you turn it into. They literally deduct it from your account automatically. They deduct the ticket. And it will also send it to the police station, counting you as a criminal now. So basically, you'd have a criminal record just by jaywalking.
Jesus.
What do you think about that?
Yeah, it's something.
What day is it?
What day is today?
Today's Thursday, man. What
You didn't know that?
the fuck?
Okay, so I might just go and detail the rune. No, I mean the Soul Reaper. So I might go find a forge and then craft it for video. More than likely. Shit. I would have to get the map tool though. Still at the temple here. Wish I could get my admin key back. Um. Oh, yeah, I saw that. Okay, good. Okay, so I'm gonna go down to the desert and I'm gonna go find the ancient forge, and then I'm gonna quickly craft the legendary soul seeker, the legendary pickaxe in the game. No durability. And then I'll have it for a trophy. Let me see if the map tool is up to date yet. Should be. I should be right here. Let me go ahead and down here. I'll be looking for points of interest, ancient ford. And while I'm down here, I'll probably find scarabs too. I wonder if I may have, like... No, of course I wouldn't have, like, come close to finding it. Okay. I'm gonna, because it's right here, I'm getting close.
Oh, then why are you doing that on live stream if you're getting close, man? You should be doing that in private.
Well, you know, sometimes it's about taking a risk, Gavin. It's the thrill. Let's see where I am on the map. It's not quite showing it, but I am in the area of it, so I want to make sure that there's always something in these. But not what I'm looking for.
You're not what you're looking for?
Yeah, I'm looking for the ancient forge. It's the furthest, like, temple, but it's how you craft the legendary pickaxe that doesn't have durability.
Why does it not have durability?
because it's an ancient weapon, and that's the best you can get in the game. So it's not going to be along here.
So you're saying it just doesn't break?
Nope, never breaks.
Nice.
So there's an actual reward for finding something legendary.
So it doesn't break, just like my prostate. Got it.
Okay. If your prostate doesn't break.
What, are you wanting to test it out?
Jesus. There is a...
Hey, Daniel, I have a
but not what
for
I'm...
you.
What's that?
You know Deadpool, right?
Yes.
I want to know, do you think he's gay or no?
Deadpool is on the spectrum.
On the what do you mean by that?
What do I mean by that? He's special. Deadpool has fallen in love with that one chick from the movie, and then
Gay joke.
He's-
Is he bisexual?
well, he also loves death as well. And I'm not shitting you. Like, death is a thing.
Yeah, and then
He loves death.
lady, so he fell in love with her.
Yeah. So did Thanos.
Yeah, and then Thanos cursed him to not die no matter what.
Yeah. I mean, Thanos was like, I'm not gonna get laid, she's not gonna get laid. Oh, man. I mean, Deadpool, he's an ENTP, and ENTPs, they're the wild ones.
What am I again?
What, the ENFJ, right?
A what?
ENFJ? That's what you came up as. You could always take the test again, I guess. But it's whatever, you know, you just have to read into the functions and just think which ones match you the most. It's rupee time.
Oh my god. That's hilarious.
What?
Daniel, use this, okay? Did you know orgasms are a form of stress relief? So if I tell you to go fuck yourself, it's because I care.
Jesus.
It's perfect.
Alright, it's time to commence genocide. Oh my god. Just axing everything I can. called the hazmat suit. Mostly I just get this shit because of the ability to, how shall I say, dismantle. Okay, onward to the rest. Certainly ain't no maze. This is a little bit suspicious.
Hey, Daniel.
What's up?
You know, I looked up how strong Homelander is. Right?
Yeah.
He's actually very creepy.
You know, oh man, he loves titty milk too.
Yeah, because he's a big baby. Oh, you want to know something crazy though?
What?
I was assaulted at the airport again.
Jesus.
You want to know what I did?
What?
I 3-shot the bitch.
You 3-shot the bitch.
Yeah. I struck their arm I struck their armpit, right? Which, if you didn't know, a certain spot, there's a nerve in there that paralyzes your arm.
Uh-huh.
There's a pressure point. So I struck that, I struck their neck, and then I struck their solar plexus. Striking their neck in a certain spot paralyzes their upper. Hitting their armpit paralyzes their arm, and I struck their solar plexus, which is paralyzed, and then they just passed out. Yeah.
Jesus.
Anyways, I gotta go. I have to catch the bus.
Alright, Kevin, good luck at work.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. For what it's worth.
I don't know if you're sarcastic or not.
I know how terrible work is, so.
But at the same time, hopefully, Bad Will is treating you okay.
For their sake.
Oh, for their sake, they have to treat you good.
I mean, they don't want me in a bad mood, do they?
Oh, Tuesday. I don't know.
Shit, man. I go on the fucking rampage. I don't want to go on the rampage, though.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Alright, Kevin. Well, don't have too much fun.
Oh, I always have fun. Because I love to bring them the pain. Where the hell did I put it?
The Obliterator is just fucking evil.
What now?
The Obliterator in the game, in Core Keeper, it literally, it obliterates everything.
Oh, really? Can it obliterate my pussy? No, I'm just kidding.
It probably could.
Hope you realize it's a joke. Okay, see ya.
Alright. Take care, Kevin. It's nice. I've gotten 6 rupees so far. That's 6 equipment pieces. Oh god, another one? That'd be funny. If it's another arena. Dude, it's another arena? Oh my god, that is so awesome. This is going to be definitely more of a range. Only one that time. Oh, I think I found it. Obviously, I won't know for sure until I go up here. I mean, I don't know how this isn't it, but again, we'll see. There is something rare that comes from these guys that I may or may not want. So if this was the forge right here, it would have to go up more. So we'll see. Oh, maybe it isn't the forge. Okay. Okay, it's not the forge then. If there's another arena, that'd be awesome. Like, I've never had such good luck with arenas. Yeah, holy shit. I've had better luck getting them out of chests, though. Whoa, dude, you followed me all the way in here? Says it's a double. It's a nice duel off right there, you know? Pretty crazy run. So the forge on this one's being a little bit of a bitch. So, but hey, here we go. Here it is. This is it. How's it not it? It has to be it. Yeah, this is the entrance. This is it. Yeah. Has the miner's suit and the coat. Yeah. What is the hardest one to find though? Was it the pants? Is that the one that you have to? Anyway, where is it at? Okay, so it's that way. Ouch. just gotta keep going this way. Really close. Shit. God, it's so damn close. Wait. Is it possible this isn't it? It would have to be like... right. Huh. Wow, I guess maybe it isn't it. I mean, it was right over it, coincidentally. But this is not the forge. Okay, got it. Onward we go. What's that? Oh, I'm way off. Yeah, this is definitely not it. Yeah, that's not gonna be it. I'm gonna admit, this has been a hell of a forge to find. If I would have started, oh my god, but I found a lot of rubies. See what kind it is. Oh, then I'll definitely go for the mining. Revenge of the Desert Pokey. Nuclear battery. That is always not something that I particularly need. Okay. Okay, I found that among that. Okay. Damn, 15 rubies. Again, each ruby is one full, well, final upgrade for a piece of equipment or tool or weapon. So that's good to have stock on those rubies. Again, you'll need it for the level 18 upgrade of every, well, equipment tool or whatever. Weapon. Oh, dude. They're all over the place. Jesus Christ, right next to it, man. Oh my god. So with melee, I go for raw damage, so I don't do crit. That's why they're doing so much damage. Raw damage. Bada boom. Crazy. Crazy, crazy. And again, we're on the hunt for the forge. I've had many scares. I've had a couple lava areas, but they just unfortunately weren't there. Weren't close enough. Right now it's just straight up. Oh, here we go. This is 100%. It's got to be 100%. It's got to be 100% the forge. There's no other way. It's a candy. I think I wanted the candy. Okay, so which spot exactly is this thing in? So it's going to be this way. It should be really nearby. This thing is such a fucking tease, man. There we go. So I got the forge. Okay, so this is the forge. It's a fucking tease. But I know it's hitting me, but this is where I am right here. So it's right here. Okay. Is he still hitting me? Why are you hitting me? I will murder you. Okay. This thing looks like it's like crying of like tears, not of joy. But anyway, so this was it way out here. So the forge is pretty simple. I interacted with it. So you're not going to be able to interact with it much further. You just got to get in the highlight zone right here. Just got to highlight it. Again, when you press E, it's just going to say the Ancient Forge. So right here, the Cipher Parchment, which you get from Ignis. So keep on killing Ignis because there's a 10% chance this will drop. And then once you have that, you can get the Ancient Pickaxe from Azios. I have videos talking about that. But yeah, you get the Ancient Pickaxe. There is, in the Azios Wilderness, a secret area that can pop up where the pickaxe will be, but it will also just drop from the Azios spot. Now you're gonna need, okay, see right here, so you're gonna need 400 gold bar. You're gonna need 800 scarlet. You're gonna need 800 octarine. You're going to need 800 galaxite. And then you're going to need 100 ancient gemstone, which I have all 5 of them. And I'm going to go ahead and craft this bitch because I want it for my trophy room. But it's pretty much that simple. So, and again, you can use the map tool to help find the forge. It's the furthest thing out. There's nothing in the game that's farther. So, and it is in one of the desert biomes, lava caves or structures, however you want to call it. So, again, you just highlight this thing, and then you just go in the cipher. Honestly, you would just put it in your inventory. And once you got it in your inventory, you can just go ahead and just craft it like that. And I'm gonna have myself a Soul Reaver, unlimited durability, indestructible, and with mining gear, it hurts like a fucking rock. So right now it's item level 16. You can max it out to 18, which you're gonna need rubies to do. You're gonna need 1 ruby to go from 17 to 18, and then I think it's a sapphire to go from 16 to 17. But yeah, right here, 1.5% chance to gain an ore that is common in the currently mined wall when destroying the wall, but it's got glow, plus 3 glow, plus 9.3% mining speed, plus 769 mining damage. It's got 2.5 attacks per second, and the damage is, well, right now, at item level 16, 122 to 148. If I'm looking at a maxed out Soul Seeker right here on my mining, right here, we're looking at melee is going to do up to 10,000, just with what I currently have. Because I have almost 3,000 mining damage. It goes over 3,000 with the Obliterator. But that's what I got right now. So, I mean, I'm not exactly like killing things with it. This is just my mining, so I can mine really quickly. But yeah, so that's a whole different separate build altogether, which is the Cosmos. Which is handy against finding Ignis, by the way, because you don't take burn, you're immune to burning. So this works really good mining in these areas. Actually, amazingly. But yeah, so that's that Soul Seeker. So yeah, go get that Soul Seeker. Unlimited durability. So I'm going to go back to my main, and I'm going to go ahead and put the Soul Reaper, or keep on saying Soul Reaper, but it's the Soul Seeker. I'm going to put it in the middle of my main room, one of my main rooms, this room. Put it down here, right here. I can craft this right now too, but I don't want to yet. Although I just might. I'm thinking about those. I am. That mining damage is pretty kind of crazy. trying to think if I want to put the Soul Reaper over here. That's kind of funny. Yeah. Okay. Alrighty. Well, I'm gonna get ready to end the stream. So we had Trumpy at the convention. Again, it's a miracle he's alive. It's really hard to live in this world knowing that fact. It's crazy. So, but talked a little about Cody KO. I guess he's been targeting minors for years now. So it is not a doctor disrespect situation. So Cody KO is legit. It would seem like. So all right, I will see you guys when I stream next. This was the experience. I appreciate you guys for supporting, subscribing, liking, commenting. I appreciate it all. Thank you guys. But yeah, this was experience. They're Daniel's experience. I was Daniel. Thank you guys very much. I'll see you guys next time.